Okay, we're calling a meeting of the City Council of the City of Hollister, 6:30. Sorry, I'm like super low energy today, so I'm going to try to just like get through this. April 7th, 2025. Can we do roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Pache,
Present.
Councilmember Resendez,
Present.
Councilmember DeAnda,
Here.
Mayor Stevens.
Here. Councilmember Resendez, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
So, do it after.
Ready, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Mayor Stevens, I'll just announce for the record that we do not have Councilmember Morales online yet, but she is planning to participate remotely in this meeting.
Okay, yeah, she's out of state, so she'll be participating by Zoom, so we'll just let her get on when she's ready. Okay, so City Manager, is there anything to report on closed sessions?
There was nothing to report from closed session.
Okay, thank you. So I'm super excited to start this meeting with a few proclamations, and I'll just say this, that whenever we have an opportunity to recognize the accomplishments of young people in our community, it's a great day. So I'm just super excited that I get to recognize these three young, amazing people. So I'm going to ask the three of you to come up. Golda Dempsey, Aaron Rodriguez, and Colt Seymour. Come up. So this is like a very personal thing for me, just because these three young people are student athletes who happen to excel both in academics and in the sport of wrestling. And for me, it's super special and personal because I happen to come from a wrestling family. I have two nieces in my family who were state champs and nationally ranked. I have a nephew that was a state champ. I have a brother who's a coach. I have a niece who's a coach. I mean, so we come from a wrestling family. I grew up in wrestling. So it's just really, really personal for me. And I'm super excited because wrestling has generally been viewed as a traditionally male sport. However, more and more young women are breaking into that sport. So it's especially exciting when I see such an incredible young student athlete like Golda here, and we can honor them. But I'm happy that we're going to honor all three of you. So let me tell you a little bit about all three of these amazing young people. Golda, Aaron, and Cole, these three students are from our Hay Baylor wrestling team. They recently competed in the California Interscholastic Federation State Wrestling Champion. They represent the next generation in a long and storied tradition of wrestling in the city of Hollister and at our high school, as well as in our community at large. Sophomore Colt Seymour, who has been wrestling since he was 6, competed in the 150-pound division. He also won the Apple Cider Tournament and the Fireball West Side Invitational for his division, and is looking forward to his next 2 years of wrestling. So this young man is just getting started in his high school career. So good luck. I know you're going to do great things. Senior Aaron Rodriguez also won the Apple Cider Tournament and the Fireball West Side Invitational for his 138-pound division, and has been wrestling since he was 4. So he grew up with wrestling. Nice. He has a 2-2 record, and this was his first time competing at the state level. Aaron will be attending Cal Poly Humboldt in the fall, where he will major in environmental engineering. Golda Demby, sorry about that, competed in the semifinals at the state wrestling championship after winning her weight class in the Central Coast Sections, or CCS, Masters Tournament. Golda has excelled in this traditionally male-dominated sport and has only wrestled for 2 years. Golda went 5-1 in the state championships and placed 3rd overall. and plans to attend Cal Poly San Luis Obispo in the fall, where she will major in biomedical engineering. Congratulations to all three of you for these accomplishments. I wish you much success. Thank you.
You can come up and take a picture. You good? Okay. Yeah, more photos. It's okay. Yeah. Yeah. To all three. Where we go? There you go, right there in the middle. There we go. Baylors.
Okay, so no doubt the rest of the agenda will not be that fun. Congratulations again to you three. Okay, so let's continue on with our agenda. So we're going to move on to public input. So this is an opportunity for anyone in the audience to speak to any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the records, and speak to the city council. If you are joining us via Zoom, please click on the bottom of the screen to raise your hand. If you are joining us via Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes and a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note that state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any items not on the agenda. Okay, do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mayor Stevens. Our first speaker is Rick Perez, to be followed by Carson Clower.
Okay, thank you.
Evening, council.
Evening.
And it's like, too bad it's evening, because it's like, you guys should be home already. But I wanted to come together and thank the previous council and all the people that came together, the construction companies, staff, to, I think we're just about the finishing touches of the road project, our tremendous road project that we have done. Thank you, Mia. Tim's not here. Thank you, Dolores. You guys, we made a big difference here in this town. Sorry, Rudy, we already fixed the roads. But keep going. And hopefully, you know what, with that, hopefully that, you know what, the alleys, you know what, they're expensive. But you know what, they've been around forever. And you guys will find out sooner or later on, the older you get, the more maintenance you need. Am I right? So with that being said, you know what, our historic district, you know what, with all the upgrades, thank you, Dave. You did so much, and staff, I wish they were here to pat them on the back, all the inspections and all the stuff that are going through. You guys made a difference. We're single moms or dads, and single dads, where people don't have to trudge through 8 inches of water to get into their car so they can take their kids to school to start their day. And then we have more alleys like that. You guys check them out. Hopefully you guys walk your districts and talk to people, because you'll find out the real needs of the people. I'm glad to hear that there's going to be some movement going on to cleaning up downtown, not just with our spring project, but with the city. It's our city. You know what? We should take pride in how it looks. When you walk around, you know what? I'm just like this. I don't know, the way my mom raised me is like, I see paper, I pick it up. And you know what? To walk around and see, to be part of the team that has brought our downtown area to such a beautiful place to walk, a safe place to walk. You know, I have a neighbor that actually tripped on his wheelchair coming from downtown back home because of the ADA ramps were so bad. You know, a lot of people will just not seek to sue because he's a true Hollister. So thanks, Martine, for not suing the city. I just encourage you, please, whatever choices you make, please understand you're dealing with people's lives. You know, you have the opportunity to make it better, kick it down the road. Just keep that in mind.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Carson Clower.
Good evening, Council. My name is Carson Clower. I live in the unincorporated area of Hollister, and I just want to commend the city on the great job that's been done along Memorial Drive. It's baseball season. I'm spending a lot of time at the ballpark, and it just seems much, much safer. It seems like the job was done well by the contractor and the design team and everybody who reviewed everything. So I really appreciate the improvements that were made there. And I know coming in and out of the park there, it can be kind of crazy on Saturday morning, and it just feels a lot better to be on foot, be on bike, be in the car. So thank you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Clower.
Those are all the public speakers for public comment.
Okay, thank you. So we'll close that section of the agenda and move on to the consent items. So do we have any members of the council that have any brief questions or comments on the items on the consent agenda?
Yes, she joined at 6:38 p.m.
Yeah, but Councilmember Morales, your camera needs to be on if you're going to attend as a member of council right now and vote and consider items.
City Attorney, I believe she's participating under traditional Brown Act rules, not AB 2449. So I'm not sure if she needs to do that under it or make the announcement.
Yeah, well, as far as I know, she needs to be on camera, and we have to have video and microphone access.
Okay. Okay, are we ready to get, City Clerk, do we need to do roll call for, now that we have Dolores?
No, I have it noted in the minutes when she
Okay.
arrived.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Welcome, Councilmember Morales. Yeah, and make sure that you shout out if I miss you, because I haven't had anybody on Zoom yet, so just in case I miss you, please let me know. Okay, so do any members of the council have any brief statements or comments about the items on the consent agenda? Okay.
I just have a couple of comments really quick.
Okay, go ahead, council member.
Well, like any technology that we can utilize to make things
would you
more
speak?
efficient as far as city staff and their efforts to help run the city, I'm happy to invest in that. Looks like it's going to save us a lot of time, money, and make it easier for staff. And when it comes to the enterprise resource planning, this is going to be a better value for taxpayers. It's going to make it so city staff are able to do their jobs more effectively. In some cases, log in remotely, securely, and able to do their work more effectively. So as far as the ERP system, really excited about that. And also, when we find a good vendor, I'm always happy to extend a contract to that vendor. So the last council, I think, did a pretty good job. We got some great vendors. And if we're doing great with them, and William V is happy, I mean, I'm all for keeping him on board.
Thank you, Councilmember Shea. Any others? Okay, so do we have any public comments for anything on the consent agenda?
There are no public comments for any of the consent agenda items.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so do any members of the council have any items they would like to pull from the consent agenda? Okay, we're not seeing any, so may I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
Move to adopt consent agenda as presented by staff. Mayor Stevens.
Okay, thank
I
you.
second.
Okay, we have to do a roll call vote, I believe, right? Okay, let's go ahead.
Councilmember Pache,
Aye.
Councilmember Resendez,
Yes.
Councilmember Morales. Councilmember Morales, you're muted.
You're on mute.
Councilmember Morales, can you hear us? There we
No
go.
public comment.
There you go.
Agenda.
We're voting on the consent agenda.
Do any members of the council have any items they would?
I think.
Okay.
Oh,
Councilmember Morales, can you go ahead and state your vote for that again? For the consent?
Councilmember Fish? Aye.
Thank you. And Mayor Stevens?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. So let's move on to public hearing 8.1. Councilmember Morales, can you mute? 'Cause you have some background noise. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so 8.1, an ordinance approving an amendment to Title 13 Public Services to adopt Chapter 13.04, Title 10 Outside Sewer Connections. May we have a staff report, please?
Yes, thank you. Good evening. While we pull up the report, I'm Eva Kelly. I'm your planning manager with the Community Development Department.
And Mayor?
All right, great, thank you. So as the mayor mentioned, this item is item 8.1. This is a public hearing item regarding the first reading of an ordinance to adopt Chapter 13.04, Title 10, outside sewer connections into the City of Hollister Municipal Code within Title 13. Generally, this is an ordinance regarding out-of-jurisdiction sewer service connections. The purpose of the ordinance, and so you guys understand my presentation, I'm just going to be going through the different sections of the ordinance and the summarizing the ordinance for you. So the purpose of the ordinance is because property owners sometimes come to the city requesting an out of jurisdiction sewer connection. So that means that the property that they own is not located within the current city limits. There are provisions within state law for cities and jurisdictions under the approval of LAFCO. And then there are some exceptions to extend services, sewer, water, et cetera, outside of your system or outside of your city limits. This ordinance would provide clarification and procedures surrounding that process for the City of Hollister. Most of the time, these service connection requests are because they have an existing septic system that is at risk of failure surrounding the city in our kind of fringe areas of the county. We have a lot of medium to like 1 to 2 acre properties that have existing septic systems that were put in, 40, 50 years ago. They're coming into failure, and so they request connection to the city sewer system because our sewer system is the closest provider to their property. And a lot of the time, San Benito County Environmental Health has certain restrictions, particularly related to the size of the property, on installing a new septic system or replacing septic systems that are failing with a replacement new septic system. So they come to the City of Hollister requesting our services to be extended outside of our city limits. The city has reviewed and approved some of these requests in the past, albeit that process has been inconsistent and kind of on a case-by-case basis with no real guidance. It's really up to the council at the time to consider and approve the request. Staff is recommending to continue to allow these requests with the establishment and support of clear procedures and requirements to allow consistent review and processing. And we've outlined in this ordinance the cases in which the council could approve and the cases in which the council would not approve and the circumstances surrounding those. So the first section of our draft ordinance surrounds the criteria for which the city would consider outside sewer service connections, extensions. There are two specific types of circumstances that are outlined in the ordinance. So I'm calling, for the purpose of the presentation, this connection type 1. This is regarding properties that are both within the city's sphere of influence and are also contiguous to the city limits, which means they share at least one property line with the existing city limits and then are, of course, within our established sphere of influence boundary. In these cases, a connection would be allowed if the property owner provides official certification of a failing septic system, i.e. this is an emergency case. There's some sort of documentation from San Benito County Environmental Health indicating that this septic system or a different system is at risk of failure and is a potential health and safety risk for this property owner and surrounding property owners. If it is the case that they are a contiguous property, the property owner must concurrently apply for annexation into the city limits. The outside service connection would be able to proceed in the interim case prior to the annexation, which would help prevent or resolve that emergency septic failure. They could connect to our city system a lot quicker than going through the formal annexation process, which requires a lot of documentation, planning process, zoning, all of these things. That takes time. But that annexation, because they're applying concurrently for both applications, would be set to take place in short order and would become in process at the time that they're also getting connection outside of our city limits. The second type of connection that's outlined in our ordinance that could be allowed would be for properties that are either outside of the city's sphere of influence or are non-contiguous to the city limits. So this would also be applicable to some properties that are within our sphere currently, but do not share a property line with the city limits. So they're too far away for that contiguous annexation to make sense at the time at which their connection takes place to the sewer service system. So in this case, once again, it would only be allowed in an emergency case with certification that their system is failing, which is the reason for their request needed to be approved. And the property owner must enter into what we're calling in the ordinance an outside sewer service and annexation agreement with the city. And among other things, which we'll get into, which are outlined in the ordinance, that agreement would include a requirement that the property is annexed into the city limits at such a time as it becomes contiguous to the city limits. So if the city grows to the property next door to this property, they would have a non-protest of future annexation clause within this annexation agreement that's recorded on the property, and they would be annexed as well to keep and ultimately get our service connections within city limits of Hollister. Sewer connections outside of the city limits will be approved only in these two circumstances as drafted in the ordinance. Developed or undeveloped properties that do not meet either of these criteria could only connect to the city services after being pre-zoned and annexed into the city. And section 1724-250 of our municipal code in the zoning ordinance outlines the process for annexation. After annexation, the city would be able to provide our services to properties within our limits. The next section of our draft ordinance outlines general regulations for service connections. This includes that the property owner would be subject to pay all of the costs associated with installing the new systems. That's impact fees, plan check fees, permit fees, etc., including the preparation of the agreements, any attorney fees associated with that, etc. They would also be subject to, in the case of the first, so again, contiguous within our sphere of influence, pre-zoning and annexation within 1 year, or in the case of the second, which is non-contiguous, either within or outside of our sphere of influence, they would have to have that agreement in place that outlines the terms of their annexation in the future. They would also be agreeing that nonconformities and future construction would be subject to the Hollister Municipal Code, again, all in the line of eventually this property that is connected to our service system will become a part of the city of Hollister, and so it should be compliant with our regulations. This next section, 1304-830, outlines what is required to be a part of that agreement. It will include, again, the annexation and non-protest of annexation when the property is contiguous, or that agreement for a timeline of 1 year. A requirement that construction and design of the connection itself will comply with city standards for our system service lines. an agreement to get all future building permits from the city of Hollister to ensure that we can review them for, again, compliance with our standards on these properties that we're serving. An agreement not to construct any future dwellings. This would be outlined in the agreement as we are agreeing to serve the property in its current state due to an emergency failure. It's not a development agreement for future extended connections. We do need to monitor the amount of service that we're giving so that we can ensure that development that's happening within the city of Hollister also has capacity. There is an agreement not to subdivide the property prior to annexation for the same reason. And again, an agreement to pay all fees associated with the cost of this connection. The next section describes submission requirements that will include an application form, plans, legal description, certification, again, of that emergency case, property owners executing that annexation agreement. We will come up with a kind of standard form for that outlines the terms in the two different cases, and there will be a deed restriction required on the property that solidifies the agreement terms. This one is a long slide, and forgive me, I am going to read it, but these are the findings. This is in section 1304850. These are the findings that would need to be made by the city council in order to approve a request. Number one, there is sufficient capacity in the trunk lines and at the treatment plant to adequately provide sewer service to the property as determined by the city. Number two, the applicant has submitted a complete pre-zoning application and an annexation is anticipated to occur within the next year, or if annexation of the property is not possible because the site is not contiguous to the city limits, the applicant has entered into an outside sewer service and annexation agreement. Number three, the property meets the requirements for eligibility under section 13.04810. Number four, the San Benito County Environmental Health Services Division has determined that the existing septic systems is at risk for failure and no remedy other than connection to city sewer is available. Number five, the outside sewer connection is necessary to protect the public from health and safety impacts related to septic failure. And the final finding is number six, the applicants have entered into an irrevocable outside sewer service and annexation agreement, agreeing to annex to the city at such time as deemed necessary by the city to be specified in the agreement. With that, and in summary, staff is recommending that property owners outside of the city limits be allowed to connect in order to protect our health and safety in the cases of septic system failure. We have reviewed these requests inconsistently in the past because our current municipal code does not outline a clear process or provisions regarding these requests. And our draft chapter 13.04 Title 10 will provide staff and residents with clear regulations, submittal requirements, and review procedures to ensure that all of these requests can be consistently reviewed. The council can make consistent findings for determining approval or denial, and these reflect the needs of our residents. And once again, the ordinance will not allow for outside service connections for new development projects or undeveloped property, only in the case of an emergency. Otherwise, the recommendation, and as the ordinance is outlined, would be to annex and build at city requirements for city services. With that, I'm recommending you hold a public hearing and introduce the ordinance.
Okay, thank you for that staff report. Do we have any questions? Councilmember Resendez?
Yeah, thank you. Great job to you. And do we have Jennifer on the line? Or should I just talk to Mary about my legal questions? Okay, perfect. Good job, Ms. Kelly. It's very informative, very thorough. My questions are, so in the past, there's been exceptions made to the rule. You said they've been done inconsistently, right? So, for example, some of the one-offs, the Bill Lee project, San Juan Oaks, and I know that they have different characteristics attached to each project. What I'm hearing is that this mainly talks about these one parcel emergency situations. What about, and you said at the end of your presentation, but I just need a little bit of probably legal clarification. What about these new developments such as those? Like if Bill Lee's project were to come before the council and this ordinance was to be adopted, would he not be able to connect to city sewer services unless it truly qualified for a health and safety hazard, or could the council still do it with this in place?
It would have to meet the findings that Eva explained.
Okay, that's your understanding of it as well, Ms. Kelly?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct. And if I might add one point of clarification. So the sphere of influence is a key factor in the
Yeah.
provision of out-of-service connections under state law, which is what LAFCO, who ultimately approves the connection, has to take a look at. So as state law outlines, if you are outside the sphere of influence, it can only be in the case of an emergency, which
Yeah.
is how our ordinance also reflects. If you're within the sphere, you technically can extend for any reason. It doesn't have to be an emergency case. However, based on the policy direction that staff has been hearing over the years, as was outlined in the 2040 general plan, this ordinance would be more strict.
And to that point, LAFCO has also been a little bit inconsistent with approving or denying these, right? So, yeah, I'll reserve my comments for then. Thank you so much. Great job.
Okay, other questions or comments?
I have one
Councilmember
question.
Shea.
So I think we all remember when the wastewater treatment facility, before it was upgraded, our rates were, I mean, my rates were somewhere between the high 30s, low 40s, like maybe $45 for water, sewer, and street sweeping. After we put the facility in, they jumped to like $160. So my question is, are the outside service connection users of the city services, are they going to be paying the same rates that existing townies are paying?
Yes, they are ratepayers, even the connections that are currently in existence that are outside of the city limits for whatever reason that they may have been approved. They are ratepayers paying the same Hollister sewer bill. If you're in Sunny Slopes Water District, they facilitate our billing for their water customers that receive our sewer. Their bills are facilitated through Sunny Slope County Water District, but it is city billing, and we collect that fee. And then if you're on a city water or it's just a city sewer bill, then you get a City of Hollister bill regardless of where you're located.
Okay, and I just wanted to be totally clear and it kind of to be on record. This is kind of in an emergency for public health and on like a case-by-case basis for small parcels and not large developments and subdivisions.
Yes, that is how it is drafted.
That's all I've got. Thank you.
Questions? Just for general understanding of what we're talking about when we talk about emergency basis or we're talking about health and safety purposes, can you describe what those might be? What an emergency may be, what a health and safety concern may be? Can you just, for my sake, for the sake of the public, it's better understanding, just could you give examples of
Sure.
what that might look like?
So I won't speak to every particular case, but generally we're seeing requests come by from property owners who are saying, my septic system is failing, I need to replace it. I went to San Benito County Health. They said my property is too small. Don't quote me on this, but I believe the acreage requirement presently to build a new septic tank is 2 acres. So a lot of times these are 1 acre properties, half-acre properties. They're nearby to the city. They have existing septic tanks, but environmental health says you can't replace it. So they're saying, what do I need? What do I do? The city sewer is close by, or I'm willing to connect to it. How do I do this? This would be the case there. What staff would be requesting if this ordinance is adopted is some sort of documentation from environmental health regarding the septic tank, demonstrating that, they've been out, they've inspected it, they won't allow them to replace it, etc. We're not exactly sure. Again, we don't currently have a real application or process. We kind of get these requests in by email and do with them what.
One of my pieces of property is a property. But, do I have a failed septic system? I only have 8 septic systems on this one piece of property. But it should be connected to the city because I'm next to the city. I also been trying to put in farm worker housing or employee-owned housing. And I've run up against a block wall with the city connected to the sewer there on Santa Ana Road, which only makes common sense because I got Sunny Slope water. I got another piece of property that I bought 3 acres to put up housing for workers. And after I bought it, they determined that when I went to bought it and did my research, they told me that I could do it. And then after I did it, a year and a half later, go in there and I found out that, that's only if I put in mini storage. I could have an employee housing for mini storage, not for my employees. So I have a hard time with this, and especially since I'm next to the city limits in a couple spots, and I don't have much choice because they've built around me. But as most places around here, the city limits and the sphere of influence are on the same line. There's no buffer between the two. And I handed out a map and some information earlier. Jennifer handed it out. That map is the urban service area. That is what the sewer plant was designed to handle when it was designed. You guys are also in a memorandum of understanding with Sunny Slope Water, San Benito County Water District, and yourselves as to the sewer and the water. And how's this going to affect it? To me, it encourages more new septic tanks. If I got 30 acres next to the city and I want to build housing, I'm going to put a septic tank on every 2 acres. How about the ones that they hook to you? Are they going to be able to add an ADU? Because their septic system failed, so they hook up to you. Then they can put an ADU in when they don't have one. Maybe it's going to encourage people, their systems to fail. And it may cause more septic systems. Then you got a groundwater problem with the groundwater management and Sigma. So I don't know where you guys are going with this. It stifles people like me that are trying to do something and could develop something. I had a map in to put an operation in houses and neighborhood commercial. And the city came to me and asked me not to go to the county with it because it would bring tax dollars and it would fix part of Union Road and 15% low-cost housing. So I have a problem, and I don't understand it, but I'd like staff to call me and explain it.
Thank you, Mr. Tanasha. Next speaker?
Our next speaker is Carson Clower, to be followed by Carol Lenore.
Thank you, and good evening, Council. I appreciate that this is on the agenda. It's been a long time coming, and I know it was a lot of hard work to get this lined up. I do, in one of my roles in development consulting, get calls about this particular situation. And really what it is this comes up when there's doo-doo in the dirt. That's literally what it is. When your system's failing, there's doo-doo in the dirt. And when we use the word emergency, it's not like, oh, I have a heart attack right here at the dais and then I go to the hospital. No, it takes like a year, if you're lucky, to get through this process. And I think it's important that everybody understands like what all those steps actually mean. You're probably looking for 3 or 4 different approvals. You're probably looking at $30,000 in paperwork and design, and then you get to pay for the construction, and then you're lucky if LAFCO hears you. So I don't have an issue with the process because I don't have a better one, but I just think it's really important to understand what this actually means. And when I get a call from somebody, it's not usually somebody on half an acre or an acre. It's somebody who has a 80-year-old house that's in a county pocket that's on a 10 to 12,000 square foot lot. And they have a septic system that's probably an old redwood one or maybe a 500-gallon concrete one with 1 leach line. If you want to put in a real system now and get environmental health to approve it, that's going to be 3 leach lines. It's going to be 84 feet long and 10 feet apart with most likely a 1,500-gallon concrete tank. So you physically cannot put a new system on these type of lots. So when I get a call from somebody on Sunny Slope and they're 85 years old and they got doo-doo in the dirt and they're asking me, hey, what can I do? Can I call the city? And I say, it's not going to work. It's going to take a year. You got doo-doo in the dirt right now. Can you go to environmental health? No, because you can't pull a permit. And as soon as you tell them you have doo-doo in the dirt, you've got a problem. You probably aren't going to be able to live in that house anymore because you can't go either direction if it's going to take you a year. So what happens is a system like this makes people work on their septics without permits. Maybe you're using somebody who isn't even licensed for that type of work because you can't get a permit for it. If you're somebody who can do that type of work and is licensed for it, you probably don't want to do it unpermitted. So I don't know what is the better way to go about this. I had an application for this that took about a year and a half, and it was what it was. But it's a fix, but it doesn't even solve like the simple thing that you're trying to help people with, because it's just going to make them do stuff illegally, and I don't think that's what we want. Septics aren't good for the environment. That's clear. It'd be much better if everybody hooked up to the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clower. Next speaker?
The next speaker is Carol Lenore, to be followed by, I believe it's Mark.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to clarify something because I didn't quite understand. Is this policy for just failed septic tanks? Or are you talking a broader thing? I couldn't quite tell from the staff report. I understand the emergency. We've done several of those. So is it just the out of boundary service for failing septic tanks, or is it more than that? That's my question.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker?
Next speaker is, I believe it says Mark.
Oh, I guess they don't answer right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, not right now. Ms. Lenore, maybe we will in our comment section. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Thanks for bringing this up. I don't know when you can answer the question, but is there any circumstances where the county is going to declare a public health problem on lots that are larger than 1 acre? So I've been told in the past from the county years ago that the trend is to get rid of them, as has been mentioned. So are there any circumstances that if we're contiguous with the city, which I'm close to being, is there a circumstance where we could have, we could be forced to connect to the sewer for public health safety?
Other speakers?
Those are all the public speakers for this item.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let me get back to our city council members. Any questions or comments?
And Mayor Stevens, if you want to go ahead and close the public hearing.
Oh, okay, we'll close public hearing and then move on to comments and questions. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you, Ms. Kelly, and then our legal team for working on this. So I've got a couple of little notes I'm just going to go through real quick. Essentially, what the problem we're trying to address here is that in the past, we've been inconsistent, as the staff member had said, presented to us, right? We've been inconsistent on how we approve or don't approve these situations. When you have a policy that outlines what we should do, then at least it gives some direction to not only our staff, but the council and the public on how to go about this process. What's happened, I'm going to be very frank, that's just me, that's how I am. People have come up here and said things, or council members have came up here and said things, or kind of try to find a loophole around it to make these major developments work outside of the city limits, and they essentially hook up to your city sewer service here. The lobbyist that was up here said, you should just let everyone hook up to the system. That's what he said at the very end before he walked off. That's what pro-development people want. We hold the keys. The city holds the keys to the sewer services here. If you were to allow everyone to hook up to the system, guess what? The growth is going to rapidly develop and it's going to grow. Who feels the impact of those? The same people who elected us into office that asked us to slow it down. Again, this is the policy in the past has been abused. This is a policy, so it can, again, change, depending on the dynamics that make up the council up here. It's been inconsistent. And just to answer the gentleman's that had the question, if he can be forced to, I don't believe so, but can we see if he can be forced to hook up if he's next to it? I don't believe so. I think it has to be voluntarily, right?
I don't believe we would be able to force someone to connect to our system. They may be put in a situation like was mentioned in some of the comments where their system is failing, but the ability to fix their septic system requires more space than is feasible. This would allow the city's connection in those cases. So they may be put in a situation where one option might not be possible, so they kind of are forced, I guess, but it wouldn't be the city coming in and forcing a connection, no.
Right. So again, new council, new policy that's going to clearly outline what a health and public safety hazardous situation looks like, so that if and when we do cross that line, then we can rationalize it and say, hey, yes, we want to make sure that we're protecting our water basin. We want to make sure that we connect them. And they're not only paying for the monthly fee, Vice Mayor, they're paying for the entire hookup, all of the hookup, which is a heavy lift on them. I get it. But again, no policy is perfect. This is just something to get us through, because again, if this council was to flip again like it did, the policy can change. But I think we'll talk about how we can work that through on the next item. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments from the council members?
I just have a comment. So I was
Councilmember
stating
Fisher.
earlier how my rates went from like $45 to $160 when we put this facility in. And I think I remember it kind of going down where, you know, we were up against it. We had too many parts per million of wastewater going and being released. The state came down, put a moratorium on our town, and the city, basically ratepayers, approved a bond to like revamp our whole wastewater treatment facility. Correct me if I'm wrong. And city ratepayers were like me going like, whoa, is that really what this cost? Like, went from like I said, 45 whatever to 160. That's like $1,200 delta. I know there's like a lot different things that I'd like to spend $1,200 annual dollars on than taking something that I don't want anymore and flushing it down the toilet. But my thing is that this seemed a lot more clear when I was reading it. It seemed like piece by piece, situation by situation, public health considerations. This has become just a little bit more complex than I was thinking initially. So that's kind of my knee-jerk.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Pichet. Can we answer the question from the person on Zoom, Ms. Lenore? Other than septic tank issues, are there other circumstances that would meet the definition of an emergency or health and safety concern? Are there any others?
So I'm not going to stand here and tell you that no, but I can't think of anything.
You can't think of any?
It would
Okay.
be something, we would be reviewing everything on a case by case basis, but we would have some sort of documentation that would tell us why are you submitting this? Is it an emergency? Give us the documentation, and then staff, and then ultimately the council, when we forward all those application requirements to you and make a recommendation to you, can help you in determining whether it's an emergency, or we would have a recommendation on that. So I won't tell you there isn't any case where it might be an emergency, but I won't also tell you that I know exactly what might come up. And if I may, Madam Mayor, on the inconsistencies, just to clarify, there's been policy inconsistencies in the adoption, but I also am discussing inconsistencies in staff's ability to process, our ability to tell applicants whether we think something will be approved or not before we set them down a $4,000 application, non-refundable application fee that we're not sure if it's going to be approved or not. And this ordinance would help us be able to provide some guidance and clarification at the outset for people who are going through this process. And it's also clear so we can process things a lot quicker, because we know exactly what we're looking for in an application from a checklist kind of a perspective. We know exactly what we're looking for to make findings for the council so that we can actually get these processed, and we can also outline any fees and future steps for our applicants. So that's also part of what I mean when they've been processed inconsistently. The time frames, it was mentioned by the speaker, the time frames in which we're kind of juggling what's going on, we don't know how to direct you, that has been inconsistent as well.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Ms. Kelly. Okay, not seeing any. Did you have another question,
Yeah, I don't think
Councilmember
I
Bichet?
fully,
Go ahead.
completed my thought. Councilman Resendez kind of created some concern in me. We really need to, the wastewater treatment facility is a valuable resource, and it really should be protected. I'm happy to hear that new annexed, new ratepayers would be paying the same rates that, the townings are paying already. It concerns me. It sounds like this policy would help people like Mr. Tanasha, make it more clear for him to be able to connect to city sewer, have a better roadmap, more clarity as to how to make these connections, especially if a citizen has a property that's close enough to be connected, provided that they are willing to pay for all the costs associated with the connection, construction, and the requirement for future, for the connections and stuff. I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud. But it seems like it's going to be good for, people who need to connect to our services that have failing systems. Okay, I'm just
Okay.
want to make sure I'm reading this right, because
Thank
it seems
you.
so clear, and then it kind of got a little bit muddy from there for a second.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Okay, so can I then entertain a motion from someone on the dais?
Mayor Stevens, I'm happy to make the motion. We're on item 8, right? To adopt an ordinance approving an amendment to Title 13 Public Services to adopt Chapter 13.04 Title X Outside City Sewer Connections.
Can I get a second? I'll second. Roll call vote?
And just to note, this is introducing, we're going to adopt it at the next meeting. Vice Mayor Pache,
Aye.
Councilmember Resendez,
Aye.
Councilmember Morales,
No.
Councilmember DeAnda,
Yes.
and Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Morales dissenting.
Okay, thank you. So let's move on then to our next item, 9.2, proposed fire protection services contract amendment terms with the County of San Benito and City of San Juan Bautista.
We have to do 9.1. We passed over 9.1.
I am so sorry.
That's okay.
I did skip right over that one. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm
Yeah.
gonna
And we do have,
go back.
I saw him earlier. I don't see him now.
9.1,
Oh, there he is.
sorry about that. I totally just bypassed that one, and I overlooked that. So we're gonna backtrack a bit. 9.1, urban growth boundary presentation.
Great, thank you. Me again. Eva, you're planning.
Eva,
Thank
can
you.
you hold on just one second? So, Mayor and Council, I did check the traditional Brown Act rules while we were having these other items. And if Councilmember Morales is appearing under traditional rules, she's not required to have her camera on. The camera requirement is only with your emergency and just cause exceptions for appearing remotely. So I just wanted to clear that up. So it's Councilmember Morales, it's your choice.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Kelly.
All right, thank you. Again, Eva Kelly, I'm a planning manager with the Community Development Department. This item is a study session discussion regarding urban growth boundaries. This was a request of the council at one of our previous meetings, came up and was requested to return with a presentation on urban growth boundaries. So we have David Early from PlaceWorks, our principal, who is here to provide this information to you all.
We'll just give a second. Looks like they're having some technical difficulties with the presentation, so just give us a moment.
Shall I get started? Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Eva. I'm David Early with PlaceWorks. I've met many of you, but not all of you. My company, PlaceWorks, has been your consultant, and I am the principal in charge of the efforts to update your general plan. We've done a number of other things for the city recently, including working on the agricultural mitigation ordinance, as well as we're working right now on objective design standards, and we've worked on your inclusionary housing ordinance. So we've done quite a bit of work here in the city, and it's a pleasure to be able to talk with you this evening at your request about urban growth boundaries. It's my understanding that you're not making a formal decision of any sort tonight, but you might take my presentation and give guidance to staff to move forward with some sort of issue here if you wanted to. So I'm here just to tell you a little bit about urban growth boundaries, and I'm going to start at a pretty basic level. Let me say by way of introduction that I don't know everyone in the audience, I don't know all of you, but I have worked for almost 40 years now as a city planner all over the state of California. I'm a member of an organization called the California Planning Roundtable, which is nominally the 30 or 40 most well-known planners in the state. And I have worked all over the state in many cities and counties with urban growth boundaries in place, so I can speak about how they work all over the state and in fact all over the country. So let me just dive right in here. I'm going to talk about three things tonight. I'm going to first help you understand just what is an urban growth boundary. I'm going to give some examples of urban growth boundaries, or UGBs, and I'm going to talk about some considerations that you might have in terms of adopting one and implementing one, if you wanted to do that. So let's just start. This is probably the critical slide in this entire slideshow. What is an urban growth boundary? An urban growth boundary is a geographic boundary, that is a line on the ground, that delimits the areas in which urban development will occur and which requires that only rural, natural, and agricultural uses occur outside of that same line. So it is a line on the ground that says inside of this we're going to have urban uses, outside of this we won't have any urban uses. We'll have agricultural and non-urban uses. These are typically drawn around cities. They can be drawn around other urbanized areas. Unincorporated areas within a county might also have an urban growth boundary, but typically speaking they are boundaries around a city that delineates the area inside the city which will potentially be urbanized and those areas outside the city that will not necessarily be urbanized. So urban growth boundaries are put together with a number of goals in mind. They don't always have all of these same goals, but this gives you an idea of why they might be put in place. They are intended to minimize urban sprawl and urbanization in general. They're intended to minimize service costs, because one of the things we know from many years of research now is that the more extensive development is as it occurs, the lower the densities and the farther it is away from urban centers, the more it costs to serve it. The longer it takes to drive a police car out there, the longer it takes to get a fire truck out there, the more expensive it is to put in a pipe, to serve sewer or water. All of these things are more expensive when development is more extensive, and they are less expensive when the development is more concentrated. And so that's the second goal of a UGB, is to minimize those service costs. It also then obviously creates more compact development patterns. For many people, this means a greater ability to walk or ride a bike to get to services, to get to school, to get to shopping. It means that you might have what some people would call a more livable place because they're closer to their downtown, closer to shops. They enjoy being, say, out at a cafe or going to a local shop. And those things are all harder to do if you're farther out from town and need to drive your car to get everywhere. So those more compact development patterns are a positive for some people. And the flip side of this is that on the non-development side, urban growth boundaries can be tools to preserve agricultural and natural lands. If we know that there will not be urban development in those areas, then those areas are preserved for other uses like agriculture and national uses. And that can also then lessen natural hazards. For example, wildfire is a pretty common example today, certainly here in California. We've seen many cases where development is now being placed in many areas with forest land or chaparral and brush. Those areas are more prone to wildfire. If we do our development in existing urbanized areas with less natural fuel there, those can lessen wildfire hazards. You might also lessen, say, flooding hazards if you stay away from creeks and rivers, if you're away from dams that could break. A whole number of hazards can be avoided by developing within an urbanized area as well. So these are some of the goals of creating an urban growth boundary. So these urban growth boundaries can be adopted at either of two jurisdictional levels. They can either occur at a county level or at the municipal level, and by municipal I mean either a city or a town. In California, all municipalities are either called the city of X, like the city of Hollister, or the town of such and such, and those cities and towns are both called municipalities in the state of California. They are incorporated separately and they sit within counties. The urban growth boundary only binds the jurisdiction that adopts it. So taking an example here, and again, I'm not saying the city of Hollister will or should do this, but if the city were to adopt an urban growth boundary on its own, that is binding on the city of Hollister. It is not binding on the county. So the city would not allow development outside of that urban growth boundary, but if the county doesn't adopt the same urban growth boundary, the county might continue to allow urban development in that same area that is under the jurisdiction of the county, even though it's outside the city's urban growth boundary. Now, you all did just act on an ordinance tonight that would limit the ability of the city to extend services for development under the county's auspices, but the county could still try and approve development outside of a city city UGB. So the most effective notion, which is the third bullet here on this slide, is that an urban growth boundary is most effective if it's adopted by both the county and the affected municipality. So you can understand here, I think from my example, if the city of Hollister and San Benito County had the same urban limit line around the city of Hollister, and that would mean both the city would agree not to do any development outside of that land, and it would also mean that the county had agreed not to allow development outside of that land. So there are jurisdictions I'll talk about where that city-county cooperation happens. The city and county have the same line in effect, and that is the most effective way to do it. But there are many cities where only the city has an urban growth boundary, and there may be other tools in place, like the sewer measure that you just talked about this evening, that might also limit development outside that urban growth boundary at the county level. But again, the most effective way is if city and county can agree. There are two options for the adoption of an urban growth boundary. They are commonly adopted by the decision-making body of the city or county, so that means the city council or town council or the board of supervisors. That can happen through a regularly adopted ordinance. It can also happen in a popular vote through a measure placed on the ballot either by the city council or board of supervisors or by a signature gathering effort on the part of residents who circulate petitions and then turn them in. Both of those are possible. It is actually, in California, has become pretty common for these to be adopted by popular vote. I didn't count them up, but my guess is that maybe half of the urban growth boundaries in California have been adopted by popular vote, but there's no legal reason that has to happen. It's only that it is somewhat commonplace. The reason I think for it is that residents, as they've put these on the ballot, have been concerned that a future council might change the ordinance, might change the boundary. By having it have gone through a vote of the people, it can only be changed by a vote of the people as well. And so in some jurisdictions, the people circulating those petitions and putting the measure on the ballot have felt that it's a better way to do it, to make sure it would require a future vote to get it through a vote of the people at that time. There are a number of related regulatory approaches that can also support an urban growth boundary, or in some cases can do the same thing as an urban growth boundary without having an urban growth boundary in place. And I'm just going to list these all here and go through them. They're not mutually exclusive. These are somewhat apples and oranges, the way they don't necessarily all compare to each other, but it's important to understand all of these tools as part of the package of what can help to support an urban growth boundary or similar limitations. So the first of those on my list here is LAFCO support. I think you're all familiar with the Local Area Formation Commission, which exists in every county in the state. It's technically an independent body. It's neither a body of the city nor a body of the county, but it does have representatives from the Board of Supervisors, from local cities, and from local service districts. Those members, generally 7 members who sit together, they vote on what areas can and cannot be annexed into a city or into a special district. If your LAFCO supports an urban growth boundary, or even on its own decides that it has certain ideas of areas that should or should not be annexed, no annexation can happen without LAFCO's approval. So if your LAFCO is supportive of your urban growth boundary, that's a further step towards ensuring that no development will occur outside of that land. A second item on my list is a regional memorandum of understanding. There are a number of counties in the state, and I'll talk about those, where the counties and the one county and its cities and towns have entered into an agreement, a legally binding agreement together that requires all of them in one way or another to have urban growth boundaries on the books. In some cases, and I'll come to these have revenue sharing pieces as well. They might be requirements from another regional body, as is the case in Contra Costa, I'll talk about in a moment. But having this agreement among the various legal entities involved, among the government agencies, is another way that you ensure that urban growth boundaries are on the books and remain on the books. Now, one of the ways that can happen, one of the reasons for such a memorandum of understanding, might be the requirement of a regional body. I mentioned Contra Costa County a few minutes ago. In Contra Costa County, their transportation authority, who oversees the use of this sales tax that's collected to support transportation projects, they have a rule that no city can receive funds under their transportation measure unless it has an urban growth boundary in place. So the cities are somewhat compelled to put in place that urban growth boundary because they want to get those transportation dollars. There can also be county limitations on urbanization in specific areas. So many counties in the state, particularly highly agricultural counties, have policies on their books that say that we do not allow urbanization in certain areas or even in our entire county outside of our incorporated cities. Yolo County is the most well-known among those examples, and I'll show them in a few moments, where there are only 4 cities in Yolo County. Of course, you only have 2, which is even lower. But 4 cities in Yolo County all have agreements with the county itself and among each other that says that the county will essentially approve 0 new urban development. Urban development will only occur under the auspices of the 4 cities, and that is a requirement of the county itself. The county has limited itself in that way. Next one on my list are a prohibition on changes to land use designations without a popular vote. Napa County is a pretty well-known example there. Napa County, and many of us are familiar with the wineries in Napa County. Napa County does have a few pockets of urbanization in the unincorporated county. They also have 6 or 7 cities that, of course, are urbanizing. But outside of those areas, all land in Napa County is designated for agricultural and non-urban uses, and those land use designations can only be changed with the vote of the people. So although they don't have a formal urban growth boundary on the ballot, they are on their books, they essentially have the same thing because no land use change can occur at the county level unless there's a vote of the people, just like if there's an urban growth boundary, it can't be changed without a vote of the people either. So that's another way that growth is severely constrained. And then finally, I wanted to mention revenue sharing, and I'll come back to the example of Yolo County. In Yolo County, most of the cities have a revenue sharing agreement with the county, which is a quid pro quo that says in exchange for the county not doing its own urban development, and I think all of us know that urban development can be a source of tax income, particularly when it's non-residential commercial development, it generates sales taxes, it increases property taxes values. The county forgoes those revenues, but in exchange, the cities promise to send some of their tax dollars to the county to support county services. So that takes away the impetus for the county government to want to do its own development just as a means to make money, because they know that money is going to be coming in from the city governments themselves. So that's a tool that's been used with a pretty great deal of success in Yolo County and a few other places to make it really worth the while of the county government to not allow urban development at the edges of the city. Napa County hasn't done that through revenue dollars, but has done similar things with sharing of some services and sharing of other needs that the county has that the cities could provide to them. So these are all important regulatory approaches that go hand in hand with those urban growth boundaries. So I'm going to switch now to giving you a few examples, and most of these are going to be examples I've already talked about, but I want to start by just showing you a list of some of the areas that already have urban growth boundaries. I put these in order roughly by geographic proximity to Hollister. I'm not aware of one here in the county, but Santa Clara County has a large number of them. There's not a county-wide urban growth boundary in Santa Clara County, although the Santa Clara County LAFCO is very supportive of the urban growth boundaries that are in place in the 7 or 8 cities that you see listed here, which do include both Gilroy and Morgan Hill, which are of course very close to Hollister. Monterey County, a similar situation. There is not a county-wide urban growth boundary in Monterey County, but the city of Marina has one, particularly around the former Fort Ord, which was a large potential development area and which the city limited through an urban growth boundary. And in Salinas, there's a regulation which many equate with an urban growth boundary. It's actually simply an encouragement of development in some areas of the city and a prohibition of development in other areas, even though they're within the city limits, that the city by policy has stated that they won't develop in those areas, at least right now. So Marina and Salinas both have them in Monterey County. San Mateo County, conversely, has a boundary just at the county level. There are no cities in the county that have one, but the county of San Mateo does. Alameda County has one for the county itself and for all the cities you see listed there, which, if you know Alameda County's geography, are primarily the cities in the eastern and southern parts of the county where the most undeveloped land is. Oakland, for example, or Berkeley, they don't have urban growth boundaries because they're largely developed already. There's nowhere for them to grow. But when you get further east or south in Alameda County, those cities all have urban growth boundaries that are consistent with Alameda County's growth boundary as well. Contra Costa County, the same deal. The county has its own urban growth boundary, and every municipality, by requirement, has to have its own urban growth boundary as well. In 16 out of 18 cases, the city line and the county line are the same. The Contra Costa ordinances do allow that the county and a local city might have two different boundaries, and that is the case in 2 of the cities in Contra Costa County. And then finally, Marin County is on here too. Both Marin County and the city of Novato have them. Some examples further afield, I mentioned Napa County, where there is a requirement for a popular vote to allow urban uses in the county, and 4 cities that have their own urban growth boundaries. Solano County, 5 cities have urban growth boundaries. Sonoma County, many cities do. And in the Central Valley, you have both Sacramento County, I've already mentioned Yolo County, Winters, and the city of Davis, all of which have a lot of limitations on growth and development as well. Winters and Davis, of course, are both inside of Yolo County. And then I put together a map of some internet research of other cities and metropolitan areas nationwide that have them. And you can see quite a list here spread all over the county, ranging at the top of this list from Portland all the way down to Minneapolis and Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. Lots of locations all across the country that have put urban growth boundaries in place and have had quite a great success with them. Portland, Oregon, and Boulder, Colorado are probably 2 of the most well known. I did want to talk about Contra Costa County. This is just a map of the county, again, to explain to you that the areas you see in the purplish colors here inside that blue line, those are areas inside the urban growth boundary, which has been adopted by the county. You can see just a couple of pockets, and with my eyesight, I actually can't quite make them out, but there are a couple of pockets that are where the blue line is slightly different between the city line and the county line, because the city and the county have 2 slightly different boundaries. But there's a great deal of consistency, and this blue line as an urban growth boundary is implemented at both the city and the county level in the vast majority of Contra Costa County. Here's a map of Yolo County. I already talked about their agreements that only those dark purple areas that the dark gray areas are the 4 cities. You can see West Sacramento on the far right. My laser pointer doesn't work on that screen. The city of Davis is kind of at the middle at the bottom. Woodland is right above Davis, and Winters is the small gray area to the left. Those are the only 4 cities. There are a few areas with special designations. The purple is actually a viticulture and special agricultural designation, and you can see a couple of those dark purple areas, which are the only other areas in all of Yolo County where urbanization is allowed, and all of that green together with the purple is all area that's being preserved as non-urbanized uses in Yolo County under these joint agreements between the county and each of the 4 cities. I want to mention Lexington, Kentucky, just as an example of what can happen if an urban growth boundary is not adopted by both the city and the county. You can see here the upper half of this slide across the red line. That's inside of the city of Lexington. And you can see quite a bit of urbanized development there. That's really happened pretty much everywhere up to that line. But outside the line, you do have a green belt, but then you see some additional urbanization happening as well, with subdivisions on the southern lower side of that line. And that can happen because the county in which Lexington resides has not put a similar measure in place. There are none of these reciprocal arrangements. So in some cases, the county goes ahead and approves urbanized development, even though the city would not have approved that same development on the same land. And then I finally did want to mention Boulder, Colorado as well, which is well known as an example nationwide of this kind of development, because the city of Boulder and Boulder County have taken a different approach here. What the city of Boulder did, and you can make out the same shape on the map with the green and the orange in the middle of the map on the right. Those are both the boundary of the city of Boulder, and you can see that there's similar geographies. What the map on the left shows you is that the city of Boulder has actually acquired all of that green land to become an agricultural buffer around the city of Boulder. So even though Boulder County, which is the name of the county in which Boulder resides, does not have a similar set of regulations in place, what the city of Boulder has done is acquire all that greenbelt land, which means no development will occur. So you do see these pockets of other urbanization that have happened under the auspices of Boulder County. Further to the right on this slide, both the upper right and the lower right, those are independent cities and development that the county has allowed. But around Boulder itself, you have no additional urban development outside the urban growth boundary because of that acquisition of open space and agricultural land that the city of Boulder itself has undertaken. So those are a few examples for you. I'm going to wrap up by just talking about a few policy and implementation considerations for an urban growth boundary, and then I'll be available to take any questions you may have. When you think about an urban growth boundary, you have to think about two parts. You have to think about what are you going to do inside the urban growth boundary, and then you have to think about what to do outside the urban growth boundary. So inside the urban growth boundary, if you're really going to make that work, you need to have enough land for future development to occur to meet future growth needs. In other words, you need to have an adequate land supply. Now, as we've been working on the general plan, we have identified a lot of underutilized parcels, vacant parcels that are in the downtown and areas surrounding the downtown, shopping centers, old factory sites, industrial sites that aren't developed yet, that are inside the city and that could be developed. But you need to keep tabs on that land inventory and make sure that you do have enough land inside your urban growth boundaries to allow for future development. That can occur through infill opportunities on opportunity sites. It can be adequate densities to allow an increase in density to get additional residential units or additional retail and office spaces into areas. And it can happen through giving assistance to property owners who need additional infrastructure or who need assistance with redevelopment to make sure that that development really can occur. But again, if you're going to prohibit development outside a line, you need to make sure you have a way to develop inside that line to create economic opportunity and to provide the housing that's really needed. And the last bullet on this slide talks about potential RHNA implications. RHNA, of course, is the Regional Housing Needs Allocation that comes to you from the San Benito COG and the that comes all the way from the state. You have to, over the next 8 years, you need to be planning for about 4,000, a little more than 4,000 residential units. And you need to make sure, if you have an urban growth boundary, you need to make sure that those 4,000 units now and the next housing cycle and the next housing cycle after that, that they really can all be accommodated inside that urban growth boundary. Otherwise, you would be out of compliance with state housing law. So those are some considerations for inside the urban growth boundary. Then you also need to be thinking about outside the urban growth boundary. So firstly, of course, there need to be limitations on urban uses. That area outside the urban growth boundary is likely outside of your city limits, so you need to work with the county to make sure that's the case. If the county is going to be allowing urbanized development right across that line, then the line doesn't mean very much. So you do have to have that cooperation with the county. Another thing you can be looking at is acquisition of development rights. That's what I talked about in Boulder. That can happen through an agricultural lands preservation program that you've recently adopted here. As that program gets underway, when new development happens on agricultural lands that are inside the city limits, there will be mitigation lands put in place at a 2-to-1 ratio further out. That's unlikely to acquire all development rights immediately around the city, but it will make a start. But you also can use land trusts, you can use publicly owned lands, you can raise funds, you can put together tax dollars and private donations to acquire lands on the outside of town to make sure that you really are preserving them into the future. And then finally, I already mentioned revenue sharing, that outside that urban growth boundary, what has really proved very effective in other parts of the state is if local cities can make some of their tax dollars available to the county government to provide county services. Now, I know these are generally tools that were put in place 20, 30, 40 years ago when local government had more money than it has today. It's much more difficult to imagine that in today's situation, but I did feel a need to share with you that revenue sharing can really make a difference as you're putting together a package to allow for an urban growth boundary to be in place. So that's the end of my presentation. I hope it was neither too basic nor too much information. I'd be happy to stay up here and answer questions. I know Eva would too, and I believe then Eva's going to work with you if there's any guidance that you want to give this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Early. That was a really good presentation. Ms. Kelly, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, David. I just wanted to make one clarification. Our agricultural lands preservation program has not been adopted. So just for the public, it was not adopted.
Okay.
That's all.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, questions, comments from council members? This side of the room. Councilmember Deanda, go ahead.
Thank you, David, for the presentation. So I just want to ask, would you say that implementing the urban growth boundary makes it easier to plan and maintain infrastructure like roads and water systems and public transportation, just to name a few?
Yeah, absolutely, because you're professionals at both the city and your consulting engineers who may be doing that planning, school districts and so forth. They know what are the future boundaries of future development, so they have a known situation to work with, different from a situation in which development applications come in on a rolling basis and you can't be quite sure how far out they're going to go. Now, of course, just having specific plan requirements, having just areas that are designated for urban development versus non-urban development, those are similar kinds of tools, but the urban growth boundary creates even more certainty.
Thank you so much.
Other questions or comments? Councilmember Resendez?
Yeah, I got a few. So it sounds like from one of your slides, it says that if you adopt a urban growth boundary, it limits wildfires, other hazards out there, preserves ag land, livable, walkable community. Those all seem like pretty good things to me. Like that is the standard for cities, not only here, but like in different countries, is it not?
I feel like that's a somewhat leading question, but I would agree with you. Yes,
okay.
It is. It's certainly the reason I became a city planner. But I think there are people who believe that the role of planning is to accommodate new urban development and to make sure it's well planned and thought out in the future, but without placing particular limitations on it. So that's also a valid approach to planning.
Okay. In regards to sprawl, so sprawl is not good. Because like you said, right, if we're talking about the infrastructure, as the council member just mentioned, right, the further you go, the more you pay, and you meaning the taxpayers, the city government, right? So sprawl's not good. We want to minimize sprawl. That'll lower our costs and that'll make us plan better as far as infrastructure costs, right?
Well, again, I mean, that is my personal opinion as a planner. One can make opposite arguments. There are folks who would say the private development market pays for most of those initial infrastructure extensions. There are sometimes tax geographies put in place, such as the Mellow Roos District or other kinds of taxation vehicles that have homeowners pay in to cover costs. And to some degree, the homeowners themselves are paying the costs by, for instance, driving their cars further and having to buy more gas. So you can make an argument that some of those costs, many of those costs can be externalized outside of the city, but it is also true that there are many studies starting in the 1980s that have shown that overall, without regard to exactly who pays for it, it is generally less expensive to pay for services to more compact development than it is to pay for services when it's more far spread.
And without knowing all the specifics, example, for the slide that you showed with Kentucky, that growth that's coming down south or whatever there's no urban growth boundary there, that would be considered sprawlish, would it not?
Yes, I mean, I think you could probably even look at some of the things on the north side of that line as sprawl. That is that they're low-density development at the very edge of an urbanized development. But yes, anytime you get development away from an urban center, a town center, that is more sprawl, yes.
Okay, so growing the city spheres of influence would also possibly lead to sprawl?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I don't know if you know this, Mr. Early, but the county voters just passed a measure called Measure A. It sounds to me from your slideshow that it's a prohibition on changes to land use designations without a popular vote, AKA what happened in Napa. Were you aware of that?
Actually, now that you mention it, yes, I did hear about that.
Okay, so I'm correct with that. So
that's my understanding, yeah.
Here's the, sorry, go ahead, Ms. Kelly.
Oh, I was just going to say yes.
Okay, so here's the problem with that. The county could no longer develop without a popular vote. However, this council could flip, and let's say the old city council tried to, they could grow the sphere of influence, right? They can grow the sphere of influence, making the city bigger, and that would lead to potentially more sprawl, correct?
Without using the term, which perhaps some people find pejorative, I would say yes, it could be a method by which that same land that the county cannot develop would be allowed to be developed under city auspices, yes.
Okay, so the county has their hands tied, the city does not. And again, we're going back to what the people want here. They voted us into office. They've made it very clear that they're feeling the impacts of the infrastructure strains because of the out of control growth, right? So in order to address that, I think we'll put it in the hands of the people, let them vote on it, and whether they want to adopt an urban growth boundary or not, then it's up to them. And that could potentially stop sprawl, control the development so that we can plan to have a more livable, walkable city.
Yeah, could I just piggyback on one thing
Sure.
there, because the way you said that made me realize perhaps I wasn't clear. Typically, what would go on the ballot measure would be the actual line on a map.
Yep.
It wouldn't just be, because the way you said it, I thought maybe a member of the audience might think the ballot measure would just say, we should have an urban growth boundary. But it's almost always more than that. It really is not only we should have it, but here it is on the line, on a map. And the map itself is part of the ballot measure.
Okay, so then we can't redraw the lines. City officials can't redraw the lines.
Exactly.
Okay. So what's the difference between having signature gatherers put it on the ballot and city officials putting it on the ballot? Is there any difference at all?
I would assume cost. If it was a fully city effort by city staff, initiated by the council, we would pay all costs. If it is a voter motion, I might defer to the clerk, Jen, but I think we still pay costs as well.
When it comes to the cost of the election, it doesn't matter how it comes forward. Depending on if it's a referendum or initiative, you'd have to pay for the verification of the signatures, where you wouldn't have to do that if it came directly from the city council. With regards to, as Ms. Kelly was saying, of all of the kind of legwork to development, if the city was putting that forward, then yes, you'd absorb those costs as well.
Okay.
If I could add, and the attorney might want to make sure I'm saying this right, but there has been a court case some years ago that said that if it's placed on the ballot by the city must conduct CEQA on it, whereas if it's placed on the ballot under through signature gathering, there is not a CEQA requirement. Did I say that right? Yeah.
So he is correct. That would apply. CEQA would apply. In terms of cost, it really, if it's something that the council wanted to do, you could place it on a measure if you so desired, or it could go through the petition process and it could be placed on as an initiative. But essentially, they're both the same thing. They're just put onto the ballot by different means. One is by council, one is by citizen initiative.
Could we have competing ballot measures? Could we have one that's done by, let's say, the public, and that one that's done by the city council? Different lines, so to speak.
You could.
Okay.
And essentially the way that would work out is the one that received the most votes would control.
Got it. Okay. And then lastly, we're in a unique situation with the general plan. We just did a referendum. How is considering this going to impact that? Because I think they kind of go hand in hand.
They go hand in hand in a sense, but in another sense, they are really completely separate things. I think if the city council was proposing general plan, and we do intend to come back to you with a comprehensive discussion regarding that and the referendum and the current status that we're at. So I won't get into it too much, but you could consider something like this as just a policy for future action in a general plan. You could potentially consider it as part of the comprehensive general plan, and taking that staff, consultants, environmental review, all of that would become a part of a scope of work for that. So, and I would just emphasize not only for CEQA, but this would be a pretty general plan update level effort of community outreach and those types of things to prepare something like this, a boundary policy discussion, all of the things that David mentioned in his presentation. We would need to go to the people, go to the community, ask for their feedback, and really come up with an urban growth boundary presentation and policy document map, all of those things, as well as environmental review. So it would be a pretty significant staff effort that would be at the cost of the city.
Okay, that leads me to one more question. Sorry, Mayor Stevens. Last one.
Okay.
Timeline, because that sounds like a lot.
Last one.
I have
Good.
quite genuinely no idea on a timeline. We would definitely need to get a scope of work, budget, cost, timeline, all of those things would come back. We would definitely need to hire a outside consultant to help us leading the effort. But I would wager significant.
Could we get it on the ballot for the 2026 election?
I don't know much about putting things on the ballot.
Mr. Early, do you think, given the scope of work and all of the things that need to go into this, can we have it ready to be on the ballot for the 2026 election?
I've stood this before this council twice in the past and said this can get done in a certain amount of time, and we haven't made it either time. So it is still my opinion that it should not take much more than a year and a half to get something like that done. But in this city, it has taken a little bit more than a year and a half twice already. So that could happen again.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Question on this side. Councilmember Pache, go ahead.
I just have one question. So it looks like we spent $7,500 to contract you to put together this presentation and to give us some
Can you
information.
speak into your mic?
Oh, so it looks like we've spent $7,500 to have you come do this presentation and bring us all this information. It was a lot of information. Is it possible to get that deck and absorb this information? Because there was so much coming through that. That was an incredible presentation. Thank you so much for that. Well worth the money. My gut is telling me that I need to digest this over time, and I'd like to potentially, is it possible that I can get that deck, review it, and then possibly contact you directly so I can get clarification? Or is it possible for me to get the deck, and then who would I reach out to for clarification if I had a
The
question
city
about it?
manager. You would reach out to the city manager.
And we absolutely, the city clerk has the slide presentation, and we can definitely get that to the council.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you
Councilmember
for that
Morales.
presentation, David.
Very welcome.
Do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you. Yeah, can you talk a little bit more about the agreement with the county? Because I thought that was, you talked about a financial agreement. Can you just say a little bit more about that, please?
Well, so yeah, the question is about an agreement with the county. Obviously, there are many counties in the state. There are many counties nationwide, and I spoke to several things that have happened in several counties. I did mention that in Contra Costa County, there is an agreement between all of the jurisdictions, all of the municipalities, and the county itself that they will all have an urban growth boundary, and in most cases, those urban growth boundaries are the same. In Contra Costa County, that has happened particularly because it's a requirement of the Transportation Authority. So that was one example. I spoke about the example in Yolo County, where Yolo County, by policy, has prohibited urban development outside of the urbanized areas of the county. That also happens in Napa County. Neither of those counties has their own urban growth boundary per se, but they do have these prohibitions on development. And Councilmember Resendez has pointed out that San Benito County just recently passed a very similar ordinance as well. So you're kind of in that same boat that Yolo and Napa are already in. And in that case, if you were to put in place an urban growth boundary that one of the inputs into it might be to make sure that it's consistent with what the county has already adopted, then you would be in that position where you have consistency between the city and the county. So I hope that answers your question. There's not a single answer because there are so many different examples throughout the state and across the country, but those are a few examples that I think are germane here.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so I am going to hold my comments, so after public comments. So do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, our first speaker is Joe.
Okay, Joe.
Good evening, City Council. I just want to say that I like the look of this urban growth boundary concept. I'm glad you guys are exploring it. I should advise that there be many town halls in this matter, because we need to leave ourselves some room for growth, for development. Not too much. I mean, we don't want to expand too big. I mean, and that's why we're all here today. But it's I mean, that and the firefighters. I mean, you know, that actually reminds me. I'm sorry I forgot to wear my navy blue. I just didn't have it on me at the moment. Anyways, urban growth boundary. One thing I've really noticed is that is down in South County, when I take long exposure shots of the stars, you can see the light pollution from Hollister. So we need to leave ourselves some room for growth, so that way, you know, people who want a little bit of growth, like commercial growth and all that, we definitely need commercial growth, and most likely, you know, most ideally industrial growth, high jobs count per acre, high revenue count per acre, internal capital generation, multi-level job advancement. You know, we do need some growth, but not too much, and so we can't constrict the lines too tight, and we can't make, you know, because otherwise we leave ourselves no room, and that would probably lead to the urban growth boundary measure to fail. We can't be so large as to make it look like it's going to be sprawling, or else it might you know, also lead to fail. We need to leave ourselves some room for growth. We need to leave but not too much growth, and we need to have many town halls on this, because we want to have a measure that passes. That's actually why I supported Measure A to a large extent. Was I wanted the county supervisors to essentially be incentivized with their own time and energy and money to host town halls on potential rezoning developments and all that. They would essentially, if they would propose any changes, it would go before the people, and they'd want to have some kind of zoning change that would be popular enough to pass. So that's one of the things with these city and county proposed legislation, deferred legislation specifically, is you want to have something that's going to pass. And so going to want public input, because at the end of the day, if it's deferred legislation, it's still going to go before the people, and the people will decide yes or no. There is no in between. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Dennis Martin.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Dennis Martin speaking on behalf of BIA Bay Area. And we just wanted to make our comments here that BIA has long opposed urban growth boundaries, because urban growth boundaries, by restricting the supply of developable land, contribute to higher housing costs and reduced housing affordability. UGBs limit the amount of land available for development, effectively reducing the supply of land for housing. When the supply of land is limited, the demand for the remaining land increases, leading to higher land prices. Higher land prices directly translate to higher costs for building new homes, leading to increased housing costs for both new construction and existing properties. While urban growth boundaries are intended to prevent sprawl, some argue that they can inadvertently encourage developable land development outside the boundary, potentially leading to higher costs and infrastructure challenges. Some argue that urban growth boundaries can also lead to higher densities within the boundary, which we are not sure that Hollister is quite ready for the higher densities that an urban growth boundary would force. Several cities on the West Coast, including Portland, Oregon, and Seattle, Washington, have UGBs, and studies have shown that they lead to higher housing prices. As well as many cities in the Bay Area, and one only needs to look at the correlation between urban growth boundaries, that is restricted land supply, and higher housing costs to see that urban growth boundaries are a factor in higher housing costs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Next speaker.
Those are all the speakers for this item.
Okay, thank you. So I'm closing the public comments section. So let me check in with council. Any last minute comments or thoughts? Councilmember Resendez, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Yeah, so again, let's run this back a little bit, right? Santa Clara, there's several cities that adopted this. They don't have anywhere to grow anymore. Then it went to Morgan Hill, then it went to Gilroy, skipped Hollister, went to Marina, went to Monterey, went to Watsonville. So when I saw your presentation, Mr. Early, it really helped to put things into perspective on why there's so much pressure on the local governments here to grow. There's money to be made here in Hollister. There's a lot of money to be made in here in Hollister by developing, and we don't have anything to protect us from that. So people play politics. People with a lot of money to make come over here and play politics. We have to, absolutely have to adopt an urban growth boundary, and we have to ensure that the public is the one that adopts it, just like they did with Measure A. The person who represents the developers, that's BIA, by the way, said that some might argue that this is going to encourage sprawl or development in the county, not in San Benito County. Why? Because the people just voted to pass Measure A to put a stop to that nonsense. The city of Hollister doesn't have that protection yet, but hopefully after this next election, we will. We will. Home prices are already up. Again, the gentleman who talks about, who represents the developers that was just on the line, home prices are already up here. They're up here because we will never meet the supply and demand that the Silicon Valley needs for housing, and they've already increased all of the home prices because the tech industry is over there in the Silicon Valley. So we live in one of the, next door to one of the richest counties in the world. So home prices are already up here. We're going to have all these people moving here. We can fill up all of these acres of ag land with homes, and we still won't meet the supply and demand. But guess what? The quality of life, because of the impacts on the infrastructure, has gone down. And the people have had enough. They're done. They're frustrated. So we're elected not only to be their voice, but to do their bidding. Right? Ultimately, we'll hand it back over to the people, let them decide, but we need to adopt an urban growth boundary because that's what we're elected to do. And if we don't do it, they're going to keep coming for us. We're the only people in this area that don't have one, right? And we want to protect our ag land, we want to protect our constituents, and we want to protect our quality of life. So I don't know what's next, but I'm fully in support of this. Thank you guys for the great presentation.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? Questions? No. Did you have a comment, Councilmember Pichet?
I just,
if not, it's okay.
I would just appreciate David's presentation. It just was so much information and everything that we're going through with the general plan. And it's another consideration, what to do inside, what to do outside. I would like to just steep myself in that presentation again, and then, potentially rely on city staff to fill in any of the gaps, because there was so much. I don't know if anybody else felt that way, but there was so much information there. And I feel like this is the first pass I'm getting at it. So I would just like more time to wrap my head around it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Morales, any questions or comments from you at this stage?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll just make a comment that I appreciate also the presentation. We will be giving direction, and I would hope to ask for more information, in particular, more information about what it actually would take to get it on the ballot, what that might look like, the timeline, the cost, like those sorts of things. I'd like to get more information so that we can make a better informed decision. I think I agree with Councilmember Pache that there was a lot of information, and having some time to let it, for us to absorb that information would be helpful. But I also think that having more information about timelines and how long things would actually take, what they would cost, I think that would be really helpful. I mean, clearly, what stood out to me more than anything in your presentation, Mr. Early, was I believe it was the first or second slide where you highlighted that this would preserve ag and natural lands. That's essentially what our voters voted for almost in its entirety at our last election in our local, for anything that was local, any local initiative, a local seat on the council, and earlier in the year at the Board of Supervisors. So I think it falls in line with that sentiment from our constituents. The thing that was really eye-opening and was the last bullet on that same slide where it said lessens natural hazards, which is wildfires. And coincidentally, we will be addressing our fire services contract in the next item on our agenda. So obviously fires and the need for fire services, the increasing need of fire service is has been at the forefront of all of our conversations for like the last 2 or 3 months. It's prominent in everybody's mind right now. It's crucial that we find any ways to lessen wildfires, because clearly, we need to keep our residents safe from some fires, and and obviously also our firefighters. So that really stood out to me. So I would like to get more information, specifically around timelines. What would it look like if we were to put it on the ballot? What would it cost? What kinds of things we would want to consider if we were to want to really consider putting it on the ballot? Something like some kinds of things like around language, maybe some of the legal concerns, those kinds of things before making any kind of decision about how to move forward. But in general, it does seem to make sense that if we have something that has the same sentiment in our county through the last Measure A that was voted, that our public voted for, it makes sense that we would have something similar. It also makes sense that we continue to do what our public voted us into office to do, which is to preserve our lands and to minimize growth. So I think that this is something that at the very least deserves a little bit deeper dive, so a little bit more information for us to consider, and then we can then make a better informed choice about how to move forward with this. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. So I don't disagree. However, I'm really concerned about that timeline. So what are the potential options, I would say, and I know we're kind of putting you guys on the spot, so anybody can answer this. What are the potential options that we can move forward with this and bring it back with something tangible, something that we can actually move forward with? Like, I feel like we've already had the presentation. We should know what the next steps are, or if you're going to come back, we have a little bit more directive, because I'm just really concerned about not meeting timelines to get it on the ballot for the 2026 election, unless you feel like we have enough time. Because again, we're working on a lot of other things, right? So are we looking at a month out, 2 months out? I'm concerned about that, to be honest with you.
Thank you, Councilmember Resendez. I think the working on a lot of other things is the key that makes it very difficult for me as your planning manager to give you a timeline. I think David would be willing to potentially give you a timeline for how long his consultant staff could potentially work on some project like this, but a lot of time restriction comes into staff being able to review and project manage. Our consultants are quick, we are slow. We have a lot of the day-to-day, we have a lot of projects going on, we have a limited number of staff, and we have big projects that are ongoing. Our general plan discussion, we're going to be coming back to you for direction on that. That's going to have a big implementation on this and other projects that we're working on. We're working on our housing element. That's a big project that's taking a lot of time. So if I had nothing on my plate, I could ask David for a timeline, and then that would be the timeline and we'd be able to meet it. But it's really all interconnected, and it's difficult to say without other direction on other big things we're working on.
Yeah, so let us, like we said, we're going to be bringing the general plan item back at the next meeting. That was the goal, to have that conversation. And I think that depending on where that goes, that'll give us a lot of clarity in the direction of what, the next handful of months look like. At the same time, we can work with Mr. Early to look at costs and bring that back shortly thereafter with a better estimate.
Can I add one
Yes,
thing
please.
there? I just did want to say, and I realize this is to some degree at odds with what Councilmember Resendez is saying, but it struck me in listening to all of you that the most logical way to do it probably is to restart the general plan process, and as part of the general plan process, to figure out that line. It is a typical process that a line like that gets adopted within a general plan, and then it gets put on a ballot for a popular vote to confirm the line only after it's been adopted as part of the general plan. So that might be one scenario we would look at, but that may be a scenario that runs the risk of getting beyond November of 26. So then I understand some of you would not like that one so much. So maybe what we can do either for next time or at least after next time, and you give us some guidance, we can come up with at least one scenario that is tied to the general plan, which would be probably the most straightforward way to do it, but a fallback approach to get something on the ballot in November of 26, even if the general plan has for some reason lagged behind.
Yeah, and if we went the route of adding it on the general plan, then we could tie the CEQA work into it as well.
Exactly, because that's the other advantage. Because you, as we've said earlier, if you put it on the ballot, you have to do CEQA on it. So doing one big EIR, you already have this EIR 90% done on the general plan. We could augment it to cover the urban growth boundary also, and the CEQA time would be much less. So there are some trade-offs there, but I'm really hearing from you, council member, and I think it's echoed by all four of you, that you want to find a way to move this forward so at least the UGB could be acted on a November 26 ballot.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's sort of the direction we want to go, and I think that we might need a little bit more information, but I like the idea of tying it into the work that we're doing with the general plan, because obviously that is what we're doing anyway when we're working on that process. So that makes total sense. It seems efficient, and it seems the best way to move forward in an effective, efficient way. So I think let's do that. That makes sense. Okay. So do you need more direction than that? Or are we good to go with that?
No, but we need consensus. So
Okay.
I know there were two of you.
Let's do
I
thumbs
just need-
up, and then
Okay.
Councilmember Morales, can you do a thumbs up or a thumbs down from your?
So I heard a lot of things. I heard that some folks wanted to have a better understanding, kind of, do some more research. Then I'm hearing, we want to move forward and get it on the ballot for the next election. So I'm not sure what the consensus is. It's just to moving forward with the general plan. So I wasn't clear on exactly what the direction was. If
Okay,
you don't
so
mind repeating
here's
it.
my understanding. This is what I was requesting is, and this is based on the suggestion from the city manager, is that since they are already working with Mr. Early on the general plan work, that this can get built into that discussion, into that work, because the general plan and this effort are essentially doing the same thing, especially when you consider that we need to do CEQA on both. So they are easily aligned together, some of the work that's happening. So it is a way to move forward together, and I think we still would have to make a decision as a council about how we move forward with putting it on the ballot. But there seems to be some sentiment among at least the four of us that are here, Councilmember Morales, that would be the goal.
Okay,
So does
right
that
now
make
it's
sense?
to incorporate the work that's currently being done, and then later on, the decision will be made about putting it on the ballot. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I think I don't know that we're quite ready to make that decision tonight. Yeah.
Can you move closer to your mic? All I heard was a lot of mumbling. I'm sorry.
I said yes. We would not. Okay, maybe it should be no. We would not be making the decision tonight about getting it on the ballot. Yes, we will be making that decision at a later date.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So with that, are you thumbs up? Yes. Looks like okay. So I think we got a thumbs up. Okay. I think we're good then. Okay. Thanks for that. Thank you, Mr. Early. Thank you, Ms. Kelly. So now we are going to move on to our next item on the fire services contracts. So item 9.2, proposed fire protection services contract amendment terms with the County of San Benito and the City of San Juan Bautista. Can we have a staff report, please?
So prior to the staff report being given, I do want to note that soon after the April 7th, 2025 meeting agenda was published, an error was noticed in the dollar amount listed in the staff report for this item. On page 4 of the staff report, the one-time payment amount was incorrectly listed as $1,150,000. The amount was supposed to reflect $1,250,000. As such, our office directed the amount be corrected in the staff report and the agenda republished as soon as the error was discovered. The other option was to simply provide an updated staff report at the meeting or note the change verbally during the presentation of the staff report. However, given the community and agency interest in this item, we directed to have the item republished as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. Before I get started, just want to mention our staff report is continuing kind of the detailing the meetings that we've had. At our last meeting that we had, there was an issuance of the 270-day clause, and that was on the March 24th. But prior to that, on March 21st, the council had given direction to add to the fire negotiations ad hoc committee, bring in, basically form it with the city manager, the fire chief, and the president of the fire union, which has occurred. And so what you have before you tonight is the recommendations of the ad hoc based around the framework that was selected, which was option E, which I'll go over shortly. So we went back, we took that framework, the group talked, had a few meetings, kind of work through everything, and what you have tonight is what is being recommended to the ad hoc for the full council's consideration. If approved or modified in any way, if a decision is reached tonight, then the approved terms would be delivered to the county and San Juan Bautista tomorrow. So I'll go through that a little more, but just to give a little brief background of how we got here. The whole timeline is in the staff report. So I will review option E. So this was kind of the framework that was discussed. We went through 6 options, A through F, in no particular order. So option E was minimum of 3-0 staffing at the stations, and then prepare a set of proposed terms that treat the county and San Juan Bautista as one partner, one comprehensive price and set of terms. These terms, as I said, were prepared in partnership with the ad hoc committee, the fire chief, the fire union president, and city management. And then upon approval, the county and San Juan would work together to develop a partnership to meet the proposed terms. So I think the example we used, if it was requesting $100, whether they split it 90-10, 95-5, or 50-50, that's not of our concern. We're saying this is what it costs. Both of those groups are symbiotic. They help by having the county and San Juan, it helps each other. And the whole system helps the city as well. And I'm going to have Chief Goulding get into how we came up with what we're presenting tonight that was in the spirit of that partnership. Each agency would provide the city of Hollister with a one-time payment for fiscal year 24-25 within 30 days to compensate the city of Hollister for the financial impact during the ongoing negotiation process. So as we know, this has been a long process. I think, the council has been in agreement that this, agreement needed to be revisited because the terms were, from a financial standpoint, needed to be revisited from the term of the city putting in more than its fair share to the agreement. And while these negotiations have been ongoing, then that is a continued contribution above a continued contribution that may be out of the ratio of a fair share. And so the contract did allow for that 270-day termination to readdress and to say, hey, we want to renegotiate this. It's no longer working, and we want to have those discussions. And so what this allowed for is we had asked for a one-time payment, right? Because basically by the time all of this is said and done, we will be over a year through these discussions. The issuance of the 270-day termination notice, so those were issued. We did have to come back that following Monday. Those were issued. They were delivered to San Juan and the county the following day. And then the inclusion of a 90-day provision to complete the negotiations. So although there's a 270-day termination clause, and that's designed to allow the parties to have time to prepare for what the future may hold, the actual terms and reaching an agreement, we have placed a 90-day provision on that. So if we fail to reach an agreement, then all parties know that at the end of the 270 that the services would cease. So for the terms, we have, similar to last time, fiscal compensation based on fiscal year, and then a fiscal compensation increase for both the county and San Juan. So again, a singular method or a singular increase. And at this time, I'd like to invite up our fire chief to kind of talk about the concept behind this number. And then we'll continue through, and then we're available for any questions after. So with that, I'll pass it over to Chief Goulding.
Good evening. As the city manager has talked about, this has been ongoing for quite some time. So the last time we analyzed the data and looked at costs, we did some extensive research on time spent on calls, and we applied that to the 23-24 budget and determine a dollar amount based upon that. Now here we are a year later having this discussion. So in this analysis, we didn't spend time on calls. We looked at purely where was the call dispatched, which station was the call dispatched out of, and then which jurisdiction did the primary responding unit respond to. So what that means is if there was 3 or 4 units responding to that, the primary dispatch station, so let's say it was City Hall here, Station 1, it would be the primary responsibility of Station 1. So even if Station 2, Station 3, Station 4 all came, we only equated it to the primary location that the dispatch was out of, and then which jurisdiction, whether it was San Benito County, San Juan Bautista, or the city of Hollister, that received that response. So when we looked at that, when we looked at it before at the time spent on call, I want to say it was roughly a little over 50% where we found the benefit was going to the combined of the city of San Juan Bautista and the county. And this time, we kind of looked at it in a blended fashion. We looked at both Station 1 and Station 2 as primarily being Hollister and analyzing more the benefit for us having Station 3 and Station 4. And then we looked at what was the benefit for all the calls across all the stations. So ultimately, when we came to a determination on the benefit or the perceived benefit to the city of Hollister, the split came more in a 60-40 split, where the city of Hollister was roughly 60% the beneficiary and 40% to the outside agencies. So again, that was based, we applied that 60-40, roughly 60-40 split to the current 24-25 budget. As we've talked about before, cost of goods are going up. It's not getting cheaper to provide fire services. So we didn't want to use last year's numbers. We're setting the terms for going into next year. So we utilized it. We applied it to this year's current budget.
So thank you, Chief. So another element that we did is we had the annual escalator. We brought that to 8%. And so these new compensation rates would start in 25-26, starting at 6.5 roughly, then going to 7 million, then to 7.6. And one thing I'll point out, that Chief did mention a 60-40 split. These numbers are proposed for 25-26. That's a 60-40 split on this year's current budget. So if we have any changes in our budget going forward next year, then that is, if our budget goes up, then that 60-40 comes down on the county and San Juan side. So that is something to consider. When we brought original numbers back, when we first had this discussion, And you do see a similar number here. I want to point out that that was done on the time of call that we had from those original discussions, because that original concept was that, you know, a medical aid that's 2 miles away versus one that's 40 miles away, there's probably a different cost associated with providing said service. When we looked at it that way, and that was off of data from a few years ago, the split that was proposed then combined was 46.6% Hollister with 53.4% County and San Juan combined. You do see here a one-time payment of $1.25 million to offset the costs of this year. These were, if you look at the numbers that the county and San Juan were discussing providing, that is that amount. And so what we're asking is that our partner, which was in a position and willing to pay that dollar amount, provide that dollar amount to the city. I know this is a contentious issue, but I mean, these are real dollars going out the door. So if we felt that this was very fair, if you look at it as we had asked for a similar number prior to that, we had asked for about 3.9 and change prior to that. This is asking for 1.25. So I just keep that in mind. On the 8%, one thing to keep in mind is that on the inflator side, there are standard costs that naturally, you know, occur, you know, as a percentage of inflation, those types of things. But there's other things out there that when you look at these contracts traditionally, when they've been at 3%, and that may mean $100,000 more per year. Well, when these gentlemen need to replace their radios, that's going to be more than $100,000 of radios by a large multiple of $100,000. So these contracts have not in the past taken that into consideration. So when we upgrade that equipment for the personnel to be safe, to have the equipment they need, those costs are automatically going to push your growth past it. So it's not just looking at a, you know, average year inflation's 2%, 3%, and that's what it should be. You have a lot of one-time equipment purchases that come in throughout the year. Safety equipment expires, those types of things. So we at 8%, we still feel that that is a generous offer and an offer in the spirit of partnership. We are keeping the lease term at June 30th of 2028, so that concept to bring it out through the end of that term, have some certainty there, as well as removing the lease and utility provisions from San Juan Bautista. That has been something that's been included all throughout these discussions. Impact fees, since we're treating both groups equally, we're requesting to allow for the reimbursement for allowable expenses per both agencies. Most recent impact fee study. And so the reimbursements would be allowable from the effective dates of the studies through the end of the terms. So as you know, development goes on and impact fees are collected, there's actually fire impact fees that are being collected. And as we are the ones providing that service, we would request that our purchases that align with those items that were studied in their impact fee studies, we would have the ability to get reimbursed for those purchases. And that's development money that comes in. Additionally, we had talked prior about development review and inspection fees, so we would ask that both the county and San Juan reimburse the city of Hollister quarterly for all fees collected by the county or San Juan. I'm sorry I didn't include that on the slide. For development review and inspection per the city of Hollister's current fee study at the time of service delivery. So we just went through a fee study where we updated our fees to align with the true cost of providing service. And so we would want, as we provide those inspections, those reviews. So when you review a project, our fire team, the prevention side, does go through and review that and provide comments. And that's a real cost to us, as well as once the development is done or businesses, there's fire inspections. So and a lot of times those are paid directly, but we want to have that very clear in the language. The SCR 911, this remains unchanged from when we brought it to you last. So this would be any reimbursements that were made since the start of the contract that that may have been, any charges that may have been billed to the city's fire department that should have been to the county via the ambulatory services, that we would receive a reimbursement for that. We are working collectively, the fire chief and OES, and then we're going to meet with myself and county leadership to talk about how that cost split is and how it would move going forward, because we want to true that up. We should be paying our costs, county should be paying their costs, and so that's it. Basically, looking at how the split has been over the last few years, and so just cleaning that up. And then additionally, the parties would collaborate with the 911 dispatch center to develop and implement protocols that effectively prioritize emergency service calls within the county. And so nothing has changed from this language from when we presented it to you last time. Oops. Any additional cost recovery efforts implemented by the city of Hollister would not result in a reduction of compensation from the county or the city of San Juan Bautista. So our chief, along with his team, have been looking at different ways that we could increase cost recovery. As this proposal is generous in nature, we would look to any costs that we would recover would go towards our share. It's not There's not mountains of money that are out there. This is small reimbursements that are out there, but it could be low six figures. So I do want to be clear with that. But that could be years in the making. So that's something we want, because this would be a 3-year agreement. And all of those decisions of how that would work would be policy discussions. Those would be meetings, presentations that we bring back. But when you have a 3-year term, we wanted to have the ability in there to clarify how that would work. The termination provision, so a 270-day notice would still be required, and then to protect both jurisdictions from severe operational disruptions, unsustainable cost increases, and potential public safety compromises that would result from a unilateral withdrawal. The city's proposal must include robust mutual cancellation provisions, whereby the termination by one party automatically triggers service cancellation for both entities. So this approach recognizes the practical reality that our current service model's financial viability and operational effectiveness depend on the continued participation from both the city of San Juan and the county of San Benito, with neither entity possessing the independent capacity to maintain equivalent service levels without the other's involvement in our established collaborative framework. So upon approval of proposed terms tonight, if you were to approve or to make changes this evening, then as I said earlier, we would deliver these proposed terms to the county and to San Juan. They would then determine how they propose to share the proposed costs. The city would then add these new cost share ratios along with the other proposed terms into new contract amendments with both parties, because right now we have current agreements with both parties. These aren't new contracts, these would be amendments. One condition as a reminder of option E is a 90-day negotiation period upon approval of the proposed terms. If the negotiation period lapses prior to reaching an agreement with the county and the city of San Juan, the city of Hollister will continue to provide services until the expiration of the agreement on December 20th of 25. So our recommendation this evening is to receive the report and to provide direction regarding the fire protection service contract amendment terms with the county and the city of San Juan Bautista. And with that, we're open to questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that presentation, City Manager. Questions, comments from council members? Did you have a comment?
A comment
Go ahead.
and then, a question. When it comes to fire protection, I really, in my gut, feel like we're better together. The city of Hollister working with San Juan Bautista and the county, I really feel like we are better together. But in negotiations, they can get, long, it's over a year long. This has been quite a process. San Juan Bautista had some concerns, they wanted the fire chief to be, as a subject matter expert at the table during the process. They wanted the city management from San Juan Bautista and the city of Hollister to be at the table, the fire union president, along with the ad hoc committee. Just so we're all clear, did the city of San Juan Bautista get what they were looking for when it came to having the subject matter experts, you know, when it came to these terms being prepared? Did they get what they wanted there?
So these terms were the terms proposed by the ad hoc committee, along with the fire chief and the fire union president. If approved, then we would slide these over and would be, you know, we could have discussions, but that would be, we're basically negotiating with them as a unit rather than, you know, a three-way negotiation. But if that is the will of San Juan, when they go to negotiate, that's up to them to have their city manager or whoever they want to have at the table. But we are willing to be at the table. Our fire chief is the fire chief for both the county and San Juan. And so, you know, and they talk with him often. So.
Okay. And they had concerns about the 2 versus 3 firefighters at Station 4. It seems to me like this document has a minimum of 3 staffing at the stations. So that was one of their main concerns, was to have that 3 firefighters at that Station 4.
That is correct.
And the county, when I watched, you know, the county's meetings, I was kind of glued to my computer screen. They were mainly concerned, you know, based on, you know, their constituents, the community was concerned about insurance, losing their insurance, which is a valid concern. This is all very stressful for everybody. Their main concern was the brownout language at Station 3. It seems to me that these terms take care of that as well.
So yes, so the amendments that were proposed to both the county and San Juan were rejected by both San Juan and the county. We received a counter proposal from the county, and then we received a request to continue negotiations at that meeting from San Juan. So the counter proposal was to strike the brownout language that was included in that contract.
Okay, and these new proposed terms, it sounds like it takes care of most of the concerns, and if more meetings want to be conducted, then they can happen.
Thank you, Councilmember Pache. Comments, questions from this side of the dais? Councilmember Morales, is she still?
And I just want to say thank you to everyone that worked on this, especially our chief and fire union, of course, the ad hoc committee members, city manager. I know that this was really challenging. Just want to say thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Councilmember Morales. Okay, so no other questions or comments from the dais. I'm going to move to public comment. Do you have speaker cards?
Yes, the first speaker is Mia Casey, to be followed by Leslie Jordan.
Okay.
Good evening, Council.
Good
so
evening.
I'm here tonight to bear witness because I read this contract. I'm excited about it, and it's very obvious to me that you have your expert negotiator and your expert fire person that were at the table to help this happen. I am a little frustrated, though, by this entire process. I'm worried this is coming a little too late. A few months ago, you had a room full of people here saying, please don't rescind the termination notice. Please don't take away the resolution protecting and honoring our firefighters. And you did not listen, and you took them away. If you hadn't done that, the termination clause would have already passed its thing. We would be done here, but we're not. And then you reinstituted it. Now there's another 9 months. It's frustrating to watch this all play out. I am concerned seeing on the agenda for the supervisors tomorrow that they are talking about dismantling their ad hoc negotiator group and starting a new one to build a fire department. And it's amazing to me that they cannot pay $4 million, but they're going to spend $25 or $50 million to build a whole fire department. So I'm not sure what's going on there. We'll be there tomorrow to find out, but I'm worried that they aren't even going to take a look at this. But it is a good contract. I appreciate the spreading out and having the one-time payment and giving them time. I heard 2 of our supervisors talk about they're going into budget in the next few months, and that would help them, give them time to plan this out for next year. So I think it's a good plan. I'm glad y'all came together and did this. Trying to think if there's anything else to say. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed, but please don't change this. This is a perfect way to move forward, and I think it's fair. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Casey. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Leslie Jordan, to be followed by Alice.
Hi, Leslie Jordan, Mayor San Juan Bautista. Honorable Mayor and council members, the City of San Juan Bautista has carefully reviewed option E proposal put forward by your staff. And while we appreciate the time and effort that went into its development, we still have several questions and concerns that we feel must be addressed, particularly regarding the proposed costs. At our March 18th meeting, our council expressed a clear desire to collaborate with all three ad hoc committees and emphasized the importance of including the fire chief, the city managers, and the county CAO. These are vital discussions, and we believe that all entities should be involved. To move forward in a productive manner, the City of San Juan Bautista proposes scheduling a joint meeting as soon as possible, bringing together all parties involved. The goal would be to discuss the current situation and begin drafting an agreement to reflect everybody's input. Additionally, we recommend scheduling a follow-up meeting to finalize the proposal, which can then be presented to our respective councils and boards. Given that we have already been issued a 270-day notice, we believe this timeline should serve as a strong incentive for all parties to engage in good faith negotiations. Thank you for your attention to this matter. We look forward to working together to resolve this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan.
The next
speaker?
Yes, the next speaker is Alice, to be followed by Suzanne Howard.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, firefighters, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we are here to fight for our firefighters, our heroes, the men and women who risk their lives every day without hesitation, just to save others. We need to make sure that their safety comes first, because Lord knows that's what they do for us. So I ask you, please do not consider changing this contract to meet the supervisor's demands. They've been publicly belittling and trying to undervalue our firefighters. It's a bad and dangerous deal what the supervisors are trying to do. I look at it this way. When you go to the store with your child, grandchild, whatever, and they throw a temper tantrum because they didn't get the candy or the video game they wanted, do you give in just to shut them up? No. So why would you allow these 3 grown men to get away with their tantrum? That's not, they're having a tantrum because they didn't get their way. They obviously don't care about the citizens, the county. It's time for you and the rest of us to show the Board of Supervisors the temper tantrums don't work in the adult world. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Suzanne Howard, to be followed by Joe.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing public comment on this, and you do at all your meetings. I'm happy to see that there's some members of the County Board of Supervisors here, because I'm hopeful that my comments will be read at their meeting, and they may or may not have some errors in them, because I can't be there at their 9 o'clock meetings like many of my fellow residents. I'll be teaching tomorrow, and that's the focus of my career and my comments here tonight. As I understand it, the city has done its part to provide protection for areas outside city limits but within county boundaries, so that your option E. However, the county has to agree to that or provide a more attractive option. And if those county services or services to the county lapse at the end of this 270-day notice, I understand there will be fewer resources available to send out into the county. And that is my ask of all of you, is to consider who's out there in the county. We have homes, we have small businesses, and you have 1,000 or more children enrolled in rural county schools that need the protection of these firefighters. And they will not, these fewer resources will not be sufficient to assist or evacuate the 700 or more children at Spring Grove School. We know the city's gonna send resources anyways, because we're not gonna let bad things happen to small kids. And, but then it's gonna have to be billed to the county. And an agreement is going to be far better for everybody in paying these bills. And so I would ask, I don't like to deal in ifs and buts, but the fact is that there are children at your schools out here in the county, and I don't hear that being discussed in these debates and these discussions. We're talking about dollars, we're talking about equipment, and we're talking about insurance. There are at least 1,000 children in your rural schools in this county that need to be protected and considered in discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. Can we please hold the applause? I mean, I really would like us to just listen and then wait for the next speaker. Next speaker, please. Thank you.
The next speaker is Joe, to be followed by Stacy McGrady.
Good evening, City Council. Now for the real reason why we're all here. The firefighter contract, and more specifically, who should shoulder the burden of this issue. I have spoken to Supervisor Zanger on this issue. I'm not going to say that things went the way I want them to, but I will say that the county is not the solid wall of granite that we think it's going to be. A little more time to let them consider the mistakes of their positions and of their decisions to leave subject experts off of their ad hoc committees. They will be held accountable individually in their districts for what they've done. That's the ideal of our democracy, is that our elected officials will be held accountable at the ballot box in their districts as individuals, but who are held responsible for their actions. And so I want to say that I want to encourage you guys to stand strong with option E. We have a long time, a couple months, and yes, months go fast. As a man getting older, I'm aware of this. But we as of today, I believe it's either 256 or 257 days left. So there's time to let the pressure kind of build for the weight to sit on their shoulders to consider the consequences of what they're doing. And again, there is signs of slight giving from Supervisor Zanger, and I know the other two supervisors, they're on board with making the county pay for its fair share. They talked about it at length. They're cool. So credit where it's due. So I just want to advise you guys to stand strong. Do not give in to appeasement. And also, I almost forgot to mention this, the supervisors meeting tomorrow is not just about whether or not to dissolve their ad hoc committee, but it's to consider the termination or continuance of the fire district feasibility study, and to potentially create an ad hoc for the feasibility of the new county fire department. So they're putting all their options on the table. And I believe, if I haven't asked the chair this, but this is my personal belief, just based on more like intuition, is that I believe that this is essentially an ultimatum, is that if the decision does not go their way tonight, they will look into other options. And if it does go in their favor tonight, they will not dissolve their ad hoc committee, and they will continue negotiations. This is more of a hunch. I will not lie. Bless you. I will not lie. That's more of a hunch than anything else, but it seems to be the timing seems to suggest this possibility, that this may very well be, that tomorrow may be an indication of an ultimatum that will be decided tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Stacy McGrady, to be followed by Carol Lenore. Ms. McGrady? She leave? Okay, we'll go ahead and go to Carol Lenore, to be followed by Bridget Baumanthorpe.
Good evening again. I just wanted to come on and give a show of support. I really hope that Mayor Stevens and the council, you're able to stay the course. The mission hasn't changed. We're trying to get a contract that's in the benefit for the city of Hollister. I understand county is important also, but I like the proposed terms. I hope that you're going to stay strong. to get us a good balanced deal. You know, times are gonna get tough, and we can't be subsidizing county fire anymore. So it's tough for everybody. So I hope that you'll stay the course, and I think everything Leslie Jordan said is awesome. Whatever she said, what she said is good, and I really appreciate San Juan Bautista stepping up and negotiating. I don't care that maybe they don't like everything. That's cool, but they're negotiating. They're keeping an open mind, and that's where you'll have a deal. And I really hope the county that I love so much is going to figure it out and come to their senses and work with the city of Hollister and San Juan Bautista. Honestly, the firemen, they saved me again last Sunday, and you can't roll two on a fire engine. No. So please, give them what we can afford. I know it's expensive, but again, I really like San Juan Bautista coming to the table. I like your proposed terms. I wish you the best. And I wish you the best that you make a decision to benefit everybody. I know it's hard. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Lenore. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Bridget Bauman-Thorpe.
Hi, good evening. I just want to make a comment specifically about the former speaker who pointed out, compared our Board of Supervisors to 3 men who are very respect to having temper tantrums. I thought it was extremely disrespectful to talk about Board of Supervisors like that. There are, no matter if you don't disagree with them, you don't talk like this in public about our Board of Supervisors. Just want to point that out. And I don't understand everything about the firefighter problem, or your agreement, but I do understand that it's all about the money. If you don't have the money, you can't have an agreement. What I understand when I attended the Board of Supervisors, they simply cannot come up with the money to follow your agreement. So again, it's all about the money, and city and county, you have to. It's not only firefighters who serve our residents, it's also police officers, sheriffs, they all cost money. And what I learned, that firefighters really have a very good salary. They make $250,000 to $300,000. A firefighter with overtime makes $450,000. That's a lot of
Can
money.
I please have calm in the?
That's a lot of
Let's listen to
money,
the speaker, please. Thank you.
And again, I was wondering, AMR, how much money do they make? They also respond to a 911 call, doing the same job. I don't know how many times I've seen a firefighter and an AMR at a 911 call. They make maybe $40,000. So I think the firefighters getting paid really well here. And I think there should be some leeway. And they, right now, sitting here, for 2 hours, paid, I don't know, at my job, I had no downtime for 2 hours and getting paid. That doesn't sit, as a citizen and residents, on very well with me. If you have maybe 2 fire engines sitting outside, and they're basically sitting here doing nothing and getting paid. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bauman-Thorpe. Do we have more speaker? Okay, let's please not.
Those are all the speakers for
Okay,
this
thank
item.
you. Thank you. I'm going to close public comment, and let's just move. Let's continue with the discussion at the dais. We have comments. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you to all the speakers that came out here tonight. I've got a lot to say, so give me a minute. Oh, here we go. Number one, I don't know how things are done in San Juan Bautista, but I love that city, by the way. Absolutely love San Juan Bautista. I go there all the time. I went there this past weekend. But we have a process to follow. And in order for the mayor to go to the dais to another city, they have to have a meeting about that. They have to get consensus from their council for the mayor to speak on behalf of them. That's how I understand things. I know you're probably not going to weigh in on that because it's not your city. However, while we were sitting here, I was listening. I looked on the calendar. I did not see an agendized item directing the mayor to come over here and negotiate on behalf of the entire council. I just want to point that out. We follow process here, and it has to come from your council in a publicly held meeting if you're going to come to another city council and give direction on behalf of your city. That's how it works. I just want to point that out because I don't think that was done correctly. Number two, we negotiated in good faith with both the county and the city. 2 board of supervisors completely rejected our offer, and the entire city council of San Bautista completely completely declined our offer. That offer that we offered you guys was in good faith, but we were still operating in a deficit. We were still operating in a deficit, but we were willing to go ahead and extend a hand to partner with you guys to see how we can get through this together in partnership. It's supposed to be in partnership. That didn't happen. That did not happen. This is the first thing. This is the step 1 that we need to do. We have to come to terms with an agreement on an amendment. Somebody talked about AMR. There's other things we can do. There's other models that we can look at. But if we can't even negotiate a contract with our so-called partners, how are we going to get to these other things? How are we going to get to these other things? It's not good that we stopped right then and there. That people, frankly, in my mind, are playing politics out of people's lives. We all have budgeting concerns. The city of Hollister is in a budget crisis because of the overspending from the last city council. We're operating and we're heading towards the red because of decisions made by the city council. Previous city council, counties in trouble, states in trouble, federal government's in trouble. We're all headed towards some very troubling times. And I said that the last 2 times that we adopted this budget, I voted no against it, and I kept saying, we're headed towards a recession, we're gonna have problems, and I'm concerned about the spending. I've said it before. Well, here we are, and it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse. And I really appreciate the teacher coming out here and giving that perspective, because the decisions that we make, they're gonna affect people's lives. We have kids out there. Yes, the numbers are the numbers, and we have to operate with the numbers. But the teacher was right. Whatever happens, our guys and our girls are going to respond to everything going on around us, and we'll send you a bill for that service. We will gladly send you a bill for that service. But we have a thing called mutual aid, and if there's something going on in your county and you don't have firefighters, we are obligated to go service you guys with our staff, and then we're gonna give you a bill for that service. That's what's gonna happen in the future. You need to pay us. Point blank, period. Pay us. You want 3 firefighters? Fine. Pay us, San Bautista. You don't want brownouts? Fine. Pay us. Because we have to operate within our means, and the numbers are the numbers. We tried to come up with some creative ways just to get past that first step, and we couldn't do it in partnership with you guys, right? So go back to your jurisdictions, talk to them, move things around, talk to your colleagues. But we cannot get in the middle of your politics. We cannot get in the middle of your guys' politics. We are your service provider. I don't know a service provider that you go to and you tell them, this is what we want from you. This is what we want from you. We're gonna negotiate and go back and forth with it. And we're just playing this little triangulation game. So you guys are now considered a partner as one. You guys go back and work it out together. And guess what? You've got 90 days to do that. We were directed by this council, and if this passes tonight, which I'm hoping it is, to do just what we've said we were gonna do and that we've done it. You've got 90 days to figure it out. Please stop playing politics with people's lives. Stop playing politics with our staff. You guys have to figure this out and let us know what you decide. Those are all my comments. Thank you, Mayor Stevens.
Thank you. Other comments? Councilman Duquesne. Comment, question?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that, the 3 entities I was really glad to hear from Suzanne Howard coming up here and reminding us of the real cost of what we're talking about here, right? We are talking about numbers, right? But, you know, you talk to these guys in the back, and I know some of us think that they have time to burn, but every one of them's got a radio on. You know, I haven't done like an official ride along, but I did an unofficial one, and I was out at Station 2 for at least 3 or 4 hours, and I didn't really notice any downtime. The only room in that place, took a tour of the whole place, and the only room that doesn't get any use is the one with 5 recliners in it and a television set. So these guys are busy all the time, and you know, I welcome having them in here, because if you guys get called, where are you going to be? On a call. So I'm sitting up here thinking about what Suzanne Howard is saying, and I really hope we all think about those kids out in the county and the human cost of what we're talking about. What happened down in LA can't happen here. You know, there's got to be water in the hydrants, and there's got to be firefighters to fight the fires, and there's got to be machines to help them do it. And I've been wanting to have 3 firefighters per station. I agree with that. The numbers are what the numbers are. I agree with Roland. We are not in the best fiscal shape, but there is a human cost. So when we put our resources together, when we put our heads together, we can do better together. So I really want us to think about, how do we get to where we want to go, which is a safe community and a place where we don't, you know, commit the same mistakes as what happened recently down in LA. Let's figure it out. This is a good step forward, and let's figure out how to do it. And I think this is a good step forward.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Pache. Councilmember Morales, did you want to chime in?
No, I just hope we come to an agreement so that we can provide the services that are necessary to our community for their safety and for our staff's safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Morales. Okay, so I'm not going to belabor this anymore. I mean, I think that we all know that we've been through a really tough time. Ultimately, what this council did is, as soon as we were voted in, as soon as we started, we jumped right on this. And my understanding is that that didn't happen last year, and I'm really sorry that that did not happen. So we dove in and tried to solve this problem. It's not an easy problem to solve. We are faced with a number of dilemmas. And although it feels very unsmooth, I guess, or like the process was not smooth, it's not going to be smooth because it's not an easy problem to solve. However, we dove right in to do this, to solve problems. That's what we're trying to do. My hope is that the county of San Benito, the city of San Juan Bautista, will come together and talk and then come back to us. We are ready to sit down and talk to you. So I'm going to just leave it at that and ask for motion.
So Mayor, this item's for direction, and I believe,
It's
Dave, you're
direction,
requesting
not-
direction on
No,
E.
no motion on this one, huh?
Yeah, so with the approval, I would then send the proposed
Just send
terms.
it forward. Okay, Councilmember Morales, can you get back on camera so we can see if you were in agreement with having city manager, given what we just heard in the summary and the staff report, send this over to the city of San Juan Bautista and the county of San Benito. So if you can just signify by a thumbs up if you're in agreement with city manager moving forward with that.
Yes, I can't find my thumbs up.
Okay, so we're gonna see, yeah, visible thumbs up. Councilmember Morales, so 5 thumbs up. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so let's move on to the next
Mayor
item.
Stevens, can I request a 5-minute break? Sorry.
Okay, sure. Yeah, we
Thank
can do
you.
that. 5
Thank
minutes,
you.
5 minutes. Thank you, everyone. We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break. to the next agenda item, discussion regarding tentative map approval process. So may we have a staff report, please?
Good evening once again for the last time tonight. I'm Eva, your planning manager with the Community Development Department, with one more relatively complicated meeting planning process discussion for you. But this item is a discussion requested by the council at the March 3rd, 2025 regular meeting regarding an informational item and discussion about the city's tentative map approval process. So to kind of begin the conversation surrounding tentative maps, what is a tentative map? They're a policy document, a plan that's utilized to either subdivide existing land to create new lots or new parcels. It can also be used to create new rights of way or other easements. It is a formal changing of property lines and property boundaries. The City of Hollister's Title 16 subdivisions is our governing chapter of our municipal code that outlines the process and requirements for submission and review of a tentative map within our city. And Title 16 is enacted and is an enactment of the local agency's guidance that's under the greater authority of the Subdivision Map Act, which is the Government Code Section 66410. And the series following that. And just as a note, in the event that there are any conflicts between the city's codes and the Subdivision Map Act, the Subdivision Map Act's rights for development and tentative map process would supersede the city's laws. Our application review process, I've outlined in my staff report, is the same for tentative maps as it is for pretty much all development in the city of Hollister. And it's important to note that commonly tentative maps, subdivision maps, are also submitted alongside other types of development applications, such as a site and architectural review, or maybe a conditional use permit, a plan development, maybe a zoning project. So it's not often that we get a map on its own, but whether a map is filed on its own or alongside additional development applications, this is our development process here in the city of Hollister. So they begin by submitting an application to the planning division. That includes your plans, your backup technical studies that are done, your application process, so your application documents, all of those things are included in our submittal. And then you pay your fees. And then within the planning department, we assign a staff planner to that project to serve as the city's point of contact between our agency and our internal development review committee, as well as with the project applicant. So your staff planner is your point of contact if you are the development applicant, as well as if you're in the city, you contact the staff planner and we communicate all of the comments and anything that happens with the development. The next step in a development application is what's called the completeness review. And this is a state mandated review period, which is 30 days. And it's under the Permit Streamlining Act. And what this means is that the city has 30 days from the date that an application was submitted for a development application to review the application and all of the materials that were submitted, including the plans, for any missing items. So this could be as simple as your name, the APN is missing from the title sheet of your plans, or this dimension is missing from your plans, all the way up to you need this type of technical document, you're missing a traffic study, those types of things. So it's every single missing item. We have 30 days to review the application and let the development applicant know if anything is missing. We have to send a formal notice of completeness, so either a notice of incomplete with an exhaustive list of all the items that are required to be resubmitted, and then they can resubmit to us, at which point it would go back through a 30-day completeness review. Same thing, we'd be reviewing for those missing items. Or if everything is included, we send a formal notice of completeness and we move to the next step. And one thing I will note is that this next step is our review for compliance with CEQA, so environmental review, as well as review for compliance with the city codes. We try to combine, to the best of our ability, this review for code compliance in particular alongside of our completeness review, because we find that development applicants can get confused if we're just going through a checklist in our first notice, and then in the second notice, now there's a real comment, oh, this design doesn't work because we got enough information. So to the best of our ability, even on incomplete applications, we try to provide fundamental design comments so that they can also be addressed in a first resubmittal. But technically, the next step is to finish our review and address any items from our Development Review Committee. That's our DRC. That's an internal, with some exception. We have some external agencies like Recology, our trash service provider, but it is our planning department, engineering department, building department, police, fire, airport, cannabis affairs where appropriate. We all review the development plans to provide comments regarding our specific jurisdictional boundaries within our departments, to give all those comments. And then we also, guided by the planning department in particular, are looking at any potential environmental impacts and making a determination on whether further analysis of environmental impacts under CEQA is required or whether it's subject to an exemption. When everything is ready to go, so all of the DRC's comments have been addressed and the environmental review, if necessary, is complete, the project will move to step 5, which is a public hearing. We prepare a staff report, a recommendation, which in the case of development projects is typically a resolution with appropriate findings and conditions. We prepare public hearing notices, and then for the most part, and I'll discuss this later, but the Planning Commission will make a determination on a tentative map following the hearing. And then the final thing is that the city provides a 15-day appeal period for all applications. Even staff level applications can be appealed to the Planning Commission. Planning Commission decisions can be appealed to the council. This was attachment 1, and this is just our flow chart that we have available for applicants, but it's the same thing that I just outlined, but this is our development process flow chart. So again, submittal, assignment of a planner, completeness review, moving into a review for code compliance. At the same time, that CEQA environmental review is happening. Once everything's done, then it goes to our Planning Commission for a decision. One of the other requests by the council was a discussion regarding both the council's roles versus the Planning Commission's roles. So section 1724.060 of the zoning ordinance is a big table that outlines all of the authority for staff, the Planning Commission, and the council. It's a list of all of our different application types, ranging from tentative map to plan development to zoning approval to site and architecture review to sign approvals. And it says who the approving authority is and who the appeal authority is. So for tentative maps, the final approval authority is the Planning Commission, with the City Council again serving as the appeal body. There are some exceptions. As I mentioned earlier, most of the time, a development proposal that might include a tentative map also includes other development applications. So if the development proposal also includes any of these, and I'll read them off, the City Council is the approving authority. So even though there's a tentative map, it needs to be forwarded to the council after Planning Commission makes a recommendation. So these are anything that requires the certification of an environmental impact report has to come to council. Anything that requires a general plan amendment or proposes a general plan amendment goes to the City Council. Anything that is a plan development, which is a type of kind of specified zoning that's customized to the property and the development, comes to the council. Rezoning, specific plans, or any type of development agreement or another agreement where they might be making terms or financial agreements with the city, the Planning Commission doesn't have that authority. Those types of projects would come to the council, along with the tentative map. This is because the Planning Commission does not have any authority to make policy decisions on behalf of the city. That is the City Council's role as the legislative body of the agency. And again, legislative or policy decisions include things like changes to general plan designations or zoning on a property. The City Council has adopted a zoning map, a general plan, which includes a land use map. The Planning Commission doesn't have any authority to change that map. Only the council has the authority to change that map. If there's an agreement proposed by the developer to different terms other than what's strictly outlined in our ordinances, different development timelines, they want financial dedications, or they want to give something to the city, or they want to reimburse from the city for something they're doing, any other exceptions, that would come to the council. And then again, statements of overriding considerations for environmental impacts are a city policy decision to say, We understand that this proposal might have an environmental impact, but it's the city's policy direction that it's an important project for us to adopt regardless. That's not something the Planning Commission can adopt, so the EIRs would come to the council. The City Council's role, therefore, is to create that overarching legislative and policy guidance. And the way that this is done is through adoption of general plan policies, as well as municipal code ordinances. Those are the policy documents and guidance that guide development within the city. Staff and the Planning Commission's role in this process is to objectively interpret and apply the council's policies to those individual applications. We really are here to answer that question. Does the project comply with the city's codes? If it's yes, then our answer is yes. If it's no, then that project could be denied. And that's why we offer an appeal process, so that if it was a Planning Commission denial, an applicant could appeal that decision up to the council. And even at staff, you know, there's multiple appeal processes to get to the council. You're kind of like the Supreme Court in that way. You make the interpretation of, is the policy being appropriately applied, yes or no, and make that final decision. And again, that subjective request, if the application's asking about changing the plans, the policies, the city council has to do that. Staff and the Planning Commission would make a recommendation to the council. We would consider the case and make a recommendation, but the ultimate decision in those cases would fall to the council. I felt that it was important when talking about tentative maps to discuss some housing laws that would be important in emphasizing the council's role in establishing that clear and objective codes and policies, particularly as it relates to housing, because the state has so many new laws that are restricting our local authority over processing timelines, as well as eliminating subjectivity from our decision making. So really getting into that objective review, yes or no type of situation. So one of the main ones that I mentioned briefly was the Permit Streamlining Act. Again, we talked about that 30-day completeness review, but the Permit Streamlining Act also regulates the time frame that we have to make a determination on whether CEQA is applicable to the project and at what level. So once a project is complete, we have 30 days to decide, is it exempt or is it going to require more study? And then when a CEQA determination is made, which in exemptions is typically made at the same time as the project, or once an environmental document is complete, the Streamlining Act also provides expedited timeframes for making a decision on the project. And it also limits the number of hearings that can be held on a project before a decision must be made. The total is no more than 5. So if it's heard by the Planning Commission, that's 1. If it's heard by the council, that's 2. Any continuances and et cetera add time. You cannot have more than 5 hearings on any development project. Another important housing law that is in effect is Senate Bill 330, SB 330. This is the Housing Crisis Act of 2019, but SB 330 in particular, what I wanted to talk about was the preliminary application. The preliminary application that's outlined in this ordinance specifies 17 very specific items that, if submitted to a jurisdiction by a development proponent for affordable housing project, vests the development applicant to rights to be able to develop under all of the existing codes, policies, ordinances, and fees in place at the date of the preliminary application. So let's say someone submits an application today and they have all 17 items, and then the council changes the code tomorrow. We cannot apply the new code to this project. So again, it's important to be updating our codes and policies so that if one of these is submitted, you can enforce the policies that are in place. And then what happens is the applicant has 180 days, so 6 months, to complete or to submit a complete development application to keep those rights. Otherwise, they go away and it just is processed normally. So again, when reviewing a tentative map that's submitted with one of these applications, it's important to keep in mind, as the Planning Commission or the council, that they're applying only the codes and policies that are in place at that time. Another SB that we have, SB 35. This was amending the Permit Streamlining Act that we talked about before. The Permit Streamlining Act is a big policy. It's got lots of different things in it. But this was an amendment that requires ministerial, which means it's at the staff level. We have no discretion. Expedited reviews of projects that meet certain affordability percentage requirements. The determination has to be made within 60 or 90 days. This actually eliminates completely that completeness review. It is fully from the date of submittal of an SB 335 application. 60 days later, you must make a determination, or 90 days, depending on the project. It is exempt from CEQA because it's ministerial. So again, it's a very expedited review that's offered by state law, and it can only be reviewed against those adopted objective standards. So if it says, if our code says this should be compatible with neighboring, that's not objective. It has to be quantifiable. It has to say 25% of the windows need to be located on the front. That's something that we can measure and we can apply. So we have a lot of codes that are subjective, so they're not applicable in the case of most housing projects. Again, this is ministerial, so neither the Planning Commission nor the Council have any review authority over SB 35 projects. We have had one approved by staff. It's not been developed, but there is one that was approved by staff a couple of years ago. I will note that the city was awarded some grant funding from REAP 2.0 to develop objective design standards for high-density residential and mixed use in our downtown, and that's something that we're actively working on to try and help us if we ever get SB 330, SB 35, or other housing projects in the downtown, we can have some design authority over them. And finally, SB 9 was the California Home Act. This allows for 2-unit residential developments, so duplexes, as well as urban lot splits to happen on any lot that's zoned for single-family residential, essentially allowing up to 4 residential units on existing single-family lots. So tentative maps are part of the urban lot splits. So SB 9 authorizes this tentative map into 2 lots under their authority, and it is, again, a ministerial approval under this law. So staff would be reviewing, not the Planning Commission or the Council, these types of maps. And in 2022, the City Council did actually adopt Chapter 17.26, which does provide staff that clear objective guidance. And it does include some development and design criteria that we can apply when we're looking at this. So Council gave us the policy guidance that now we can apply those things to tentative maps if they come in under this law. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions about the tentative map process.
Thank you for that report, Ms. Kelly. Appreciate you. And you've had a night, so thank you for all your hard work tonight.
Of course.
Thanks for that. Questions, comments from the dais? Okay. Councilmember Morales, any questions?
No
Comment?
question. Thank you for the presentation.
Okay, thank you. No. Okay, so I think we're just going to go ahead and move forward with public comment then. So let's open up the public comment section.
There's no public comments for this item.
Okay, no public comments. So let's move forward then. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. So again, thank you for the very thorough, educational, informative presentation. Good job. I think you know like why I brought this up, and I'm gonna reiterate that again. In the past, and I don't know if this has happened recently, and I don't remember if it happened when you were employed with us in the capacity that you are now. In the past, we've had projects, I'm talking like that didn't even have a sunset clause, come to us and we're like, how did this get approved? It's then at that point they would say it's legally binding. So although, Ms. Kelly, although you stated that the Planning Commission doesn't make policy decisions, they do make decisions that put us in a legally binding position to where we can't, like we're locked in and we have to adopt it or else we're at risk of litigation. That's my concern. So hearing my concern and just keeping that in the front of your mind, if you can, Well, I guess I'll just hear back from you. Do you think that's still a relevant problem for us today, or is it kind of a moot problem since you've been with us? 'Cause
So I would like to, I think that there's kind of two parts, and I think that part of it is results, thankfully. So one of the things that happened in the past in the city of Hollister is that plan developments, which I mentioned in the past, were being approved by a conditional use permit, as opposed to what is more proper, which is a rezoning. And what that means is that in the past, the Planning Commission has the approval authority over conditional use permit issuance, but the conditional use permits were granting exceptions to the City of Hollister Municipal Code for things like setbacks, et cetera. And so that was happening, and most of the developments that you see, most of the tentative maps that you see coming into development now, or even in the past few years, were approved under that previous process. What we did in 2022 with one of our first zoning amendments that we made as a team here under my planning managership was to amend. Actually, we repealed and replaced the plan development section of the code because staff felt, and I feel, that the Planning Commission doesn't have the authority to not do a strict interpretation of the zoning ordinance or the subdivision ordinance if it is something like a plan development. And as was mentioned when that was adopted, this is typical everywhere else as well. Plan development is really a rezoning process. So now, if the City of Hollister has a plan development application that also includes a tentative map, it will come before the council. So what the Planning Commission would have the authority to approve if it was just a tentative map on its own is a strict application of the council zoning ordinance and subdivision ordinance as it is written. They would need to look at lot sizes, setbacks, coverage, exactly as they're written. Any differences would need that plan development and would come to the council. And I will also say that that is pretty typical everywhere as well as here, that development really does want to be a plan development. So if you're seeing maps, if we're seeing maps, come in, they're gonna be plan development for the most part. We actually have one, it's very small, that's coming through now, and that'll be something that's gonna come to the council after the Planning Commission sees it. So I've not seen a tentative map come through, especially for housing, where they weren't looking for some sort of flexibility in their design standards to really make the development work. Anything like that now under the current ordinances would come to the council.
Okay, and I agree with you. That's why I was asking you that, is because that's the pattern that I've seen. Again, this is a problem that happened in the very past. I had asked for it a long time ago, but I thought we should revisit it for sure. But what you just described is the pattern that I've seen as far as these applications and these approvals lately. So thank you for that. It's been under your leadership, obviously, so thank you for that. I do have like a little list of questions, so I don't even know if they're relevant at this point, but let me just go over my notes really quick, please. Oh, has there ever been an instance where the Planning Commission will override your recommendations for, let's say, CUP's tentative maps?
That has happened upon the rare occasion, yes. Most of the time it's when staff, so going back to that kind of step 4 of design review, what staff tries to do is work with the developer to address all our comments so that we're able to come forward with a recommendation for approval, right? We've given comments saying, we don't believe this, and this meet the code for this reason. If it gets fixed, then we believe the project meets the code. Most of the time, when the Planning Commission has not gone with staff's recommendation, it's because staff and the applicant have not come to an agreement on addressing the comments, and so we're kind of at a little bit of a standstill, and we might make a recommendation for denial. Sometimes that gets overturned. But for the most part, the Planning Commission is pretty consistent, even if staff's recommending denial, with accepting staff's recommendation.
Okay. But along those instances, you haven't seen that problem that I'm talking about. They're mostly for design elements, you're saying?
Yeah, they're typically
Okay.
design elements.
Okay.
Yeah, and for the most part, if it's something that staff is recommending not in favor of the project, a lot of times the applicants will take up their right to appeal, and that's when you guys will hear the project at the council level.
Okay, so it sounds like this is what I'm hearing from you, and this is how I feel. This is kind of a moot point at this point, and we don't need anything to address this problem because of the codes that we have now, or is there something that we should be looking at?
It would
In
be
your
my
opinion.
recommendation that I don't think we need to change the codes
Yeah.
for where and how things are processed.
Okay.
I think that my recommendation would be to the council to look at our policies that are resulting in projects that you don't like and change the policies at the policy level, at the ordinance level.
Okay.
So if there's something where every time lot sizes just aren't working, change the policy that allows that lot size or surrounds the lot size, make it bigger, smaller, whatever it might need to be.
Okay.
So that staff and the planning commission can tell people this is the lot size that the council wants to see in that zone.
Okay. Again, we don't want to add to your workload, right? So, and again, it's just me. I'm one person, right? But I would just suggest that if you see those trends, or if you remember those trends from like recent council meetings or recent meetings at all, maybe you can possibly bring those forward to us, I would ask, so that we can address them. And then, yeah, just I think the other important part I wanted to make, and you probably already know this, is to ensure that whatever codes that we adopt are not going to contradict or supersede by the act that you had mentioned earlier. But I think you already know that. So I'm good. I'm comfortable moving forward. Again, I appreciate all the work that you guys put into it. I know it's a lot of work, but I haven't seen it recently, and I'm in agreement with everything you just told me. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from anyone else? Councilmember Morales, any questions or comments?
No, thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, I thank you for your presentation. I appreciate your final comments around like clarifying where how we can impact change, because that was my thought as I was considering this item, and today as I was listening to your presentation, that my hope would be that we do what we were voted here to do, which is to impact legislative policy questions rather than take on what is generally the role of the planning commissioners. So I appreciate that. I do like the approach to correcting some things that seem to be problematic in that arena by addressing the code, addressing those kinds of policy decisions. So I like that. So I'm good with just kind of leaving it at that. Thank you for the presentation. I certainly don't feel the need to move forward with any other further actions related to this specific topic. So let me just check in with the other council members. Anything that we think Ms. Kelly ought to follow up on? Okay, I'm seeing a no from Councilmember Pache, Councilmember Deanda, Councilmember Resendez, Councilmember Morales. Your thoughts? Anything that we need to do with this item?
I'm in agreement with you.
Okay, great. So I think we're good. Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Appreciate your hard work and your presentation. So let's move on to the next item. So 9.4, this is a discussion on potential lobbying ordinance for the city of Hollister. May we have a staff report, please?
Yes, Mayor Stevens and Council, Jennifer Woodworth, City Clerk. This request came at the February 18th, 2025 meeting, and it was a request for information regarding the County of San Benito's lobbying ordinance that was adopted last year. And so included in your packet was a copy of that ordinance. It does require registration for various types of lobbyists, requires annual renewal for those registered lobbyists, quarterly reports, thresholds for when that lobbyist registration is required, and sets various disclosure requirements. Additionally, the county lobbying ordinance differentiates between land use lobbyists and other types of lobbyists as outlined in that ordinance. And then it also sets out various fees and penalties for noncompliance. In preparing for this presentation, I also looked into lobbyist ordinances for other cities and counties, some of which are listed there, and they had similar registration and reporting requirements, as well as annual renewals and fees associated with that. So various fees in order to register as a lobbyist, that renewal fee, and then various penalties that were outlined. In doing that research, I would make a couple other suggestions that I did see, and in talking with the clerks at those other agencies they felt were probably the most helpful in some of their lobbying registration, was that lobbyists were required to identify themselves and their clients whenever addressing the legislative bodies, either appointed or elected, as well as in talking to city staff or city officials. Certain individuals, such as former employees and elected or appointed officials, were prohibited from acting as a lobbyist with respect to matters before the city within 1 year of leaving office or employment with the city, And then there was a prohibition on all gifts to city officials from a lobbyist. So it's up to the city council if you want to consider creating a lobbyist ordinance. If that's the direction, I'll work with the city attorney's offices in order to create one of those. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. Any questions or comments? Okay. Can you just clarify, just in the brief presentation that you gave, the difference between what the state, I think it's state law, that already kind of guides this, and what a local municipality like the city of Hollister could do. So if there is an existing state law around this,
Yes.
then what could our local policy add, emphasize? I mean, what could it do? What is the potential there? Because I'm thinking if there's already an existing law at the state level, then is it enough, or could it just be enough for us to just follow that, or what could a local policy then how could it enhance that?
Okay, and I'll look to our city attorney for additional information on the FPPC regulations because I've only had to deal with it a little bit. The state does have various regulations related to lobbyist registration. If you have a lobbyist who's acting on behalf of the city, they register and things such as that. As I said, I've done minimal with it. I can tell you right now from the FPPC's website, they have various information and that it's, those lobbying firms have to register as a lobbying firm with the Secretary of State. They also have various requirements of whenever they're giving money or tickets and things like that. That's, different forms in the 800 series. So I'd have to look into it more specific to it. But the state does have lobbyist registration forms and requirements.
I mean, I think that would be where I would want some more information, because I think that if a lobbyist registers with the state, we're not necessarily going to easily have access to that information when we are at a city council meeting and somebody just approaches the public comment. So we wouldn't necessarily know in advance that we should be looking to see if that person's registered. So I'm not sure that will help us in any way. Just be more informed about who it is. I think it is good for us to know when somebody's being paid to come here and advocate for something. Obviously, everybody has a role, that's fine. Appreciate that. And it's just important that I think it's just good information for us to know. It's not a good thing or a bad thing. It just is a fact that I think would be important information for us as a city council to know. Okay, so that may be something. I think if we do give direction to come back with a more in-depth report, you working with a city attorney to provide something, that might be something. It's just really to differentiate how a local policy would differ from what's going on at the state level, what the state has legislated in that area, and how we would be able to use that locally, or what that might look like locally.
Absolutely. Yes, I can absolutely look into that. I will also tell you just anecdotally in talking with the clerks at some of these other agencies, it was the enforcement that was mainly lacking. Many of these agencies had the lobbyist ordinance in place, but there was little to no enforcement because they didn't have the ability to enforce it, to be able to send out investigators or things like that to see if these conversations were being had. And so the most effective part was that that disclosure that was required. And so a lot of the enforcement or reports came from members of staff or members of the elected or appointed officials that could say, this person, I know they're a lobbyist, or can you please tell me if they're a registered lobbyist? So.
Yeah, I think that's probably true with a lot of things, but I also think that if you don't have the policy, then you can't do anything with it. So let's, talk about whether we need the policy and how to have that and what it makes sense, and then we can follow up with enforcement. I just think that it's an important piece of information. That's just my opinion, right? My own opinion. However, I think that if enforcement is a challenge and we want to address that, however, if we don't have a policy in place, there's nothing to enforce, right? So I think we we got to start with the what might it look like? How could it benefit us? And then we can make that decision, and then we can talk about how to enforce it, and what that might look like, right? Do you know what I mean?
Right, and the only
Yeah.
reason I mentioned the
Okay.
enforcement is the state doesn't have, the state has investigators to be able to enforce theirs. That's the only
Sure.
reason I mention it, because
Okay.
you mentioned the state option.
Sure. Okay. Okay. Good. Okay. Good. Questions? Other questions? Comments? Okay. So let's go to public comment. Do we have any speakers on this one?
Yes, our first speaker is Joe, to be followed by Carson Clower.
Hello, City Council. I just want to say that speaking from personal experience on the subject of what's more transparent, I'd say the San Diego County website. Speaking as someone who has used the California lobbyist website and the San Diego County San Diego County lobbyist registration website. I've used both websites extensively, and I found that though the FPPC is thorough, the county does a better job. It is much easier for me to know going into these meetings who's being funded by who. I know their names, I know their interests. I know what I kind of get a much better and clearer picture of what's going on. Thanks to these CMAP recordings, I can actually go back in history, as like the nerd I am, and go, hey, I see this person spoke for this interest before, or this person spoke for this interest before. You can start to see names come up and see what they're working on and what they're doing. It's a very, very helpful tool at the county level. And same thing with the contributions, is that the California is fairly thorough, but the interface for the county is just easier to use. So I definitely would say the county is doing the right thing. And as for this ordinance in general, I really do like this concept. I've talked about it before, and I'm so glad to see this before the city council. As a voter, and as a voter who likes to keep himself informed on certain situations, especially on matters of separation of powers and who's talking to my government more than me, because I'm not being paid to talk to my government officials. I'm doing this for free. I like to know what interests are being represented by who. There's a political, let's be honest, there is a political finance industry. Whether it's in contributions or it's in lobbyism, people get paid to influence political outcomes, whether it's through donations or whether it's through discussion. There is an industry in this. There's an industry in this, and so it's important for the people to know exactly who's being paid for what, and if their politicians are listening to the lobbyists or the people or possibly both. Because at the end of the day, the responsibility of the government is to answer to the people, not to the donor class, not to the political finance industry. It is to answer to the people and just the people. I mean, yes, the political finance industry folks are technically a part of the people, but that's a small group of the larger the people group. Just in the same way that politicians are technically the people, of the people, for the people, by the people, but they're a smaller group. You have to consider the voters too, and all the people are ultimately the responsibility of the government. And I believe in this case, it is more important that we allow the people the chance, allow the people the ability to access this information for themselves. I only knew about one or two lobbyists from the generosity of someone who already knows them personally, until the county website came out, and I was actually able to learn more. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Next speaker?
The next speaker is Carson Clower.
Thank you, Council. I think I will be subject to this ordinance when it goes into place in the future, so I appreciate the opportunity to speak on it. Just a little kind of differentiation between the FPPC and whatever you guys decide to do is that my understanding from when I called them was that you only have to register with the state if you lobby at the state level. So if you're somebody like me who doesn't do that, the state would never have any information on what I'm doing. It's early days with the county ordinance, but it seems to be going pretty well. Just a couple things that I would kind of throw out there, and I did with them, is that there's only a handful of us, at least, that signed up. So I think there's 3 people. So whatever you guys put in place, the ability for the people who are going to be paying to sign up and doing all the paperwork to interact well with the city clerk is like super important, because if we're going to sign up, we want to make sure that we're following the rules correctly and doing everything we're supposed to do. So that's been really good with Francisco and his office, is they've been super helpful in trying to get everybody, at least get me, like on the paperwork sorted out and everything, because I don't really work in other counties, so it's pretty new to me too. The other thing is that if whatever you guys do, if you can differentiate the type of work that is going to have to be essentially like put forward to the public. So there's obviously straightforward lobbying. So if I call one of you guys, that's lobbying. That makes sense. But there's a lot of work that I do specifically, and maybe other people don't do it, where somebody gets a red tag and they're trying to say, hey, can you help me work with the city to get this resolved and get a building permit and get everything sorted out? That's not lobbying. But when the county was working on their ordinance, essentially if you were a lobbyist at all, you had to list all of your clients. And my point to them was, what's the difference between an engineer or a lawyer or any other person who is involved with these processes, but they may not be the one making the call? So I just, from my perspective, if you can kind of keep it to the actual lobbying portion of it, that would be super helpful, because I know that if somebody's got a red tag on their house and because they did something that wasn't quite right, they're not going to want me having to put their contact info down and say that I'm working with them. So just something to keep in mind. And it might sound a little weird, but as a lobbyist, it's kind of nice to know who else is out there doing it. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Clower. Other speakers?
No, those are all the speakers for this item.
Okay, thank you. So I'll close the public comment section. So, okay, I'm just going to open it up again for comments, questions from the dais. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. So, of course, I support this 100%. I would just like to probably start by doing everything that the county is doing, just so we could be consistent. So yes, list all the clients. The other thing is, I'm gonna go with your expertise, with your judgment. Great job, by the way, on all of the work that you've done. We trust you guys. You guys are highly qualified to do this work. So just if you can, for me personally, everything that you talked about, I'm not really interested in collecting fees and stuff. I just think it's brought me more transparent. And then when they come up to the podium, just identifying themselves, or when they're talking to staff members, or even us, right? They reach out to us as well. I just got a message from a lobbyist while I was sitting here. And then we have to ensure that the lobbyists outside of the community, because kudos to the ones that are here and that are registering and that are working through this with us. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. But then we do have lobbyists that come in from different cities and different counties, and they might not register. They try to find workarounds, but we know who they are, especially if you've been here for a while. So the problem for me is, I think it's a bit disingenuous when, let's say, Mark Sanchez comes up to the podium and says, I grew up on the West Side and da-da-da-da-da. But really, he's, in my opinion, sometimes they're exploiting the West Side. They're not, they came and they learned how to do a job. They represented the West Side, and then a year later they go and then they sell them out and they exploit them. I don't like that. I really don't like that. We have to be transparent. We have to be honest about who we are. I have to identify myself when I'm at work. The city manager has to identify himself. The police have to identify themselves. Like, just identify who you are and don't try to kind of muddy up the waters and then have Bonito Lake report, so-and-so from the West Side was here. No, I want you to say the lobbyist that was from the West Side, that learned how to do the job and then sold the community out, is now here. That's what I want the community to know. That really rubs me the wrong way. Sorry, it's just a personal bias, but that's me. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Morales, do you have a question?
I think, well, I think that if it could come back with more information, and I'm thinking, like, we do have organizations that do provide technical support to, like, organizations like the Guardians or PORC. Would they be considered lobbyists because they have like an agenda and they have a cause? So I don't know if people like understand what a lobbyist is and to what extent they would put down their information and all the projects that they work with. So I think that it needs a little bit more work.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, so let's start with that. I mean, I think my direction would be, I think I already gave what I thought my direction would be. Well, like, I want to have a understanding of the differences. I like that we have some place to start. If the county's doing something, we don't necessarily have to do exactly what they're doing, but that can be a starting point for us to consider. So I think maybe like getting some information about that, and maybe other similar jurisdictions, I mean, you don't need, not a ton of them, but, maybe just a few examples so that we have a sense of what that is. I do think that Councilmember Morales as well, her point is well taken in that I think it's really important that we have a clear definition of when we're saying lobbyist, what does that really mean? What does that really mean? So even though that may or may not be their official job title, they may still in fact be a lobbyist. So let's just be sure that we understand what that really means and who it is that we are expecting to be part of this registry or expecting to identify themselves if they're making a comment or if they're contacting one of us. So I just, that would be like another thing that would be really important to bring back, clear definition of what a lobbyist is. Okay, so that's my direction. So let me just check in. Anything to add to that? Anybody? Councilmember Pichet.
I agree with you, Mayor. I believe in transparency and accountability at all levels of government with the various stakeholders that stand to gain or lose from the decisions that are made up here. Having just a completely transparent and accountability just makes it just so much more fair for people to make fair decisions. And I think that what you said earlier about, we don't have to do the same thing of what the county's doing, but I mean, if they got something that makes sense, that's a great starting point. And I love the county ordinance seeks to all 4 of those bullet points. I'm into all of them. Maintain fair and open decision-making process in the county of government, impose registration and disclosure requirements on lobbyists, ensure county officials are aware of the interest a lobbyist represent, and require lobbyists to not deceive county representatives, place them under personal obligations or claim over their actions. I think it's a great place to start, and then just go from there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so do you have okay, so let's just get a consensus. Are we okay with the directions? Everybody thumbs up. Councilmember Morales, if you just want to say that you have a thumbs up.
Yes, that is coming back, right?
Yeah, it's coming
Yes,
back.
with more information.
Yeah, more information. Alrighty, thank you for that, City Clerk. And then we're going to move on to our next item.
Mayor, you're past 10 o'clock, so you need consensus to keep going.
Oh, okay. Can we get consensus to continue? Okay, so we're going to continue. We got 4 thumbs up over here. Councilmember Morales. I know it's really late where you're at, and so let us
I
know.
just want to say it's 1 a.m. where I am,
Mhm.
so I'll try and hang on as long as I can.
Okay, let us know when you need to leave. But okay, thank you for that. Okay, so let's move on to 9.5. Receive report regarding community communication strategies and provide staff with possible directions. So can we get a staff report on that?
Yes, thank you. So at the March 3rd council meeting, Mayor Stevens, you had requested that an agenda item be added to a future meeting regarding improving the city of Hollister's information sharing with the community. That request did receive consensus, so we have brought that back this evening. Specifically, the direction was to receive a presentation regarding existing resources and policy related to the messaging of the public, provide some cost estimates for supporting and improving messaging, and provide possible direction about updating a policy and how we do things. So what we did is we looked at kind of 3 different ways that we could look at things. We've heard about, we did in the past, we did a newsletter that we had a template developed on. So looking at, if that were to be distributed out to the community quarterly, social media, campaigns, videos, and or the hiring of a full-time PIO. So I kind of wanted to walk through each of these and then take your input and kind of just open a discussion up. So as far as mailers, there's a couple ways to do it. We can work with a vendor, take our design. If we're using our existing newsletter template, that is a few pages. It's like 4 pages. So that, that would be a little pricey to send, but we could work to put estimates together for that. In just doing a quick review to about 10,000 households, you're looking at about 28,000. It could, obviously go up depending on the quality of the card stock, those types of things. So we would look to, kind of hone in on what that desire is of the council and kind of work backwards from there. Sometimes there are nonprofit mailing rates that we could possibly get some reduced costs for, and depending on the amount that's mailed out. Another option, I'm not sure how much readership you would get, is we could partner with Sunny Slope Water and collectively through the city's billing process and Sunny Slope, because any city resident is going to get their water bill and sewer bill from one of those two parties, to provide inserts inside of the utility bills as well. So that is an option. There's a cost associated with it, our side, of just the printing and staff time, and then we would work with Sunny Slope to do something similar. Sunny Slope often will put inserts along with the bill that come along with the bills. A lot of folks take those and unfortunately toss them, but they do get read by a good amount of folks. Social media campaigns, including videos. So one of the things you'd look at is if we went, under a small contract with a vendor to help us create some videos that we could then use, or, do a monthly campaign where we bring someone in and film a couple updates of what's going on out in the city. We could look to that. That you could have anywhere from, like I said, or like I have here, depending on social media, you can put targeted marketing that you actually pay for a campaign. So we could put that out there. If you're doing recreation programs for kids or for young adults, you can actually target different age groups. So with this, we could look at bringing on a partner to do content creation and then to promote that via social media. And then obviously any of these items, we would also update the city's website, which we already have. So any of those updates would be shared there. And then option 3 that we put was hiring a full-time public information officer. So when the assistant city manager position was created, there is one of the duties in that job spec is to be the public information officer. In that job description, I was your first that was hired under that. And so, our assistant city manager, Mr. Powell, right now has been doing a lot of work with the development services side. So in talking about, public policy and how it's working now, I've pretty much maintained that role. We did have a management analyst, Monica Leon, that was with us, that has accepted employment elsewhere a handful of months ago. So those duties have been, from the city manager's office, primarily shared by yours truly. As far as other departments, from a social media presence, we also have the police department, the fire department, and Parks and Rec, and then you have a city page. And then typically your press releases are either going to come from the city manager's office or the police department. Oftentimes the police department will put a press release out on a crime update, or if there's a major occurrence, or if there's suspect information, you'll typically see a police department put that out. So our police team does put that out in review with Chief Reynoso and his team. And so typically that's how you're seeing the social media come out. As far as a PIO, if you had someone that was doing that full time, doing the videos and whatnot, that is not a position that currently exists under the city. So if we were to create that, I did have a range. The county currently, their range is, and I'm going to estimate, about $95,000 to $127,000 plus benefits. Gilroy is $128,000 to $176,000 plus benefits. Morgan Hill, $141,000 to $186,000 plus benefits. And then Salinas is about $96,000 to $122,000 plus benefits. If this is something that the city would want to entertain, if the council would want to entertain that, then that would be something that I would look at with budget, would work with Mr. Astorga to create the actual job description. That's something we would have to create, and then bring that back for the inclusion and discussion in the overall budget hearings. So if that's a route that you want to go, rather than, you know, a team of a consultant here or some mailers there, this would be the route that I would recommend. Otherwise, you know, our office would certainly work with whomever is brought on board to do that work. So it really is more of the appetite and the ongoing amount of information that's out in the community. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have and take direction.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I appreciate it. So questions or comments from members of the council? Okay, so let me just throw something out there. For the PIO employees from the other cities, those are, I'm assuming, full-time equivalent salaries, right?
That is correct.
So none of those, because I can't imagine that we would need a full-time employee. So if that were something that at some point we wanted to consider, then I'm thinking something, I'm not even half time. I mean, maybe even less than that. So I don't know what that is. I mean, ultimately it depends on what it is that we're asking that person to do. We'd have to figure out some kind of projection of time and that sort of thing, if that were to be the route. But I can't imagine that we need somebody full-time necessarily. The other, okay, there was another thing that I wanted to check. Okay, so just a comment about newsletters. I will just say, this is just my own personal opinion. Not a fan of newsletters. It's too much information. People don't read those. Generally, they want to look at something, get the gist of what you're saying, and then move on. So I would like kind of nix that. That's just my own opinion. I would much rather have something that's very short, brief, concise, that's put out on like social media or on our website. And then I think that starting small is a good strategy, and then we build off of that. But we need to do something to improve what we're currently doing, because generally the public is not feeling like, the public is feeling like there is not enough information out there. And so I think we need to improve on that. So I think starting small, and then working from there. I kind of like the idea of the inserts in the water bills, even though, maybe people might toss them, but I also think it depends too on how we do that. Again, if you put something that has a lot of words in it, that looks very cluttered, then more likely that's what will happen. If there's something that's brief, to the point, that may or may not happen, but I think something to consider. Anyway, so that's just the comments that I'm just kind of putting out there for myself. I think ultimately what I want us to be able to accomplish through this is to have a regular way of putting out information, one that is sort of predictable so that the public knows what to expect. So one thing that I had spoken to you about, City Manager, is about recapping what happened at the City Council meeting. So we have our meeting today. Every Wednesday, the public could expect that there would be a recap in our website or on social media or whatever it is. But whatever it is that we do, it's something that people can expect, and they can look for it if they want it, if they want that information. So I mean, just something like that, so that there is a constant, a frequent, predictable, constant flow of information about what is happening within city government. Okay, so those are just my thoughts. And I don't think I have any other questions about anything else, but those, I mean, I think my thoughts were I think we need to start small and then build off of. So whatever it is that we do, I would just encourage us to say, let's look at where can we start small? What are the bigger picture items, the bigger ticket items that maybe we have to build on later, but let's start somewhere. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to stop talking.
And Mayor, I can just, if you may, The recaps, our city clerk and I have been chatting about that, so we can start that this week on Wednesdays. That's not an issue. So, we can get that going.
That would be great.
And then we can explore the water bill piece. I mean, it's Casey's team that does it on our end, and then we'll reach out to Sunny Slope and get a cost estimate to them of what that would look like.
Okay. And I do think that exploring that, like what videos on social media, I think that's something to explore. Maybe that's something that we want to do later, but I think it's starting small, like the recaps will be important, where at least people know what the results of the discussions that we had, this level, like some kind of summary. I think that would be really helpful as a step one.
Great.
Right? And then move on. Okay. Any other, go ahead,
Yeah,
Councilmember
so
Piche.
I think that it's possible that like a hybrid approach to the three that, we have here. Thank you for bringing these to our attention, Dave. Always good work. Any organization that, does work or, has a product, in our case, it's doing the will of the people, right? You want to have like a connection to your people, if you will. So, I don't know that we need to spend money and paper, like mailing things to people. I'm kind of seeing the social media is a good way. But to Mayor Stevens' kind of idea, just kind of a summary of what's been going on. I know Benito Link does a pretty good job, gentleman's always here. But something that's maybe a little bit more official that comes from us, something like number one, the quarterly mailers, that can we put something on the speaker card when, we're always asking people to fill out the speaker card? Can we get their email address? If they want to voluntarily put it on there, over time we compile a list of people who would like to be corresponded with. Maybe we do public events and we go out in the community and we get more email addresses that way, and then we put together kind of a mailer that way and just email it to people and just cut costs and make it completely direct to the people that actually want to hear the information.
So, Councilmember, I would just add that we do have the constant contact system that we use where folks can subscribe.
Mm-hmm.
So as we go down that road, there's actually interest boxes that they can check. So as we create content, that can get emailed out to them. So we're already paying for that and have the infrastructure. Yeah, so you can say what you want to subscribe to. So I only want to get council meetings or press releases, and you can pick any and all, mix and match. And then when we create the message, we're notating in the message, behind the scenes of the checkbox of what it is, right? So you're coding it as a press release, and then the people that have subscribed to press releases, they're going to get that. So we do have that.
Good to know.
Okay. Go ahead,
We could be
Councilmember
utilizing it
Rodriguez.
more, though, sir. So that's the fact that, it's used for more of our meeting agendas right now.
So thank you, Mayor Stevens. Yeah, I agree with keeping it short and concise and to the point and not overburdening people with too much information. I like the idea of putting in the water bills because it decreases the cost. We're already doing it, so why not? But again, like the mayor said, we just try it, see what happens from there. I like the idea of collecting a database that the vice mayor had brought up as well, and then emailing people out the same information we're going to put in the water bill. But again, just want to constantly people want to be informed of what's going on, what decisions we made here, right? Apolitically. And then I love the idea of social media too. And I just want to commend the PD. I think they've always done a great job with their social media. I think we all should be doing exactly what they're doing. They do a stand-up job. And yeah, I don't think we're in a position to hire a full PIO right now. And then I'm just wondering, since we're on this subject, there's been some issues. This is for our IT director. There's been some issues with YouTube in particular, and I haven't had a conversation with him about this, but some people would say that they couldn't hear us or it wasn't coming out clear. Something changed. After Paul left, something changed. And another thing that I think that the community really liked is when we were going live on, not only on YouTube, because I know we go live on YouTube, but we go live on Facebook as well. So again, more information that we can get out there publicly in any and every way, then please.
Yes, and I can speak to this, not to take it away from Sean here, but only because we've been working on this before Sean got here. So with regards to the sound on YouTube, what we were unaware of, so during the meeting, there's the CMAP feed, and then there's also the city's feed, which is actually our Zoom feed. And it's the Zoom feed that does not have great sound. We didn't know that it was subsequently being replaced by the CMAP feed, so we're working to do that now going forward. We identified that a couple weeks ago. With regards to the Facebook streaming, there was a change to the way that Facebook set up their live settings or whatever it may be, probably about 4-ish months ago. I'm going to look at Angie, 4 to 5 months ago, is before Paul left. And it is no longer supported in the way that we were doing it before. So Paul worked on it quite a bit and trying to do it. We've talked with CMAP to look for ways around it, but it has not been a reliable source, which is why we pulled it off the agenda. So we've been trying to identify where the problem is, but it was...
The county does it every time, so maybe just talk to the county.
It may be with our encoder, it may be with our system, but it was all of a sudden it was no longer pulling. So we can talk with the county, but that's something that we've been looking at for at least, I guess it's more closer to 6 months because it was before Paul left. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Morales, before we move to public comment, do you have anything to add?
No, I appreciate the conversation and I do agree. I think if you get closer to your mics, I can hear you well. But otherwise, it just sounds like you're mumbling. It's hard to hear the words. But yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So let's go ahead and go to public comment, and then we will bring it back to the dais.
Yes, we have one speaker, Joe.
Hello, guys. This is a final thing I have to say tonight. Really excited about getting my exercise in today. I want to say that this is huge. This step you guys are moving towards for communication. I mean, this falls right on the heels of the potential lobbying ordinance. I am very thrilled with what's going on tonight as a populist myself, who believes in government of the people, for the people, by the people, a stable dialogue between the institutions and the people. This is very exciting. I know you guys have a couple of options before you, and I don't really know which one to go with right now. I'm kind of I'm just really excited to see that this is happening. Good job, guys. This is great. This is exactly what I voted for. To see a more transparent city council and a more transparent city, actually, just the city government. We can now see what's going on. Hopefully we can see who's, behind, like who's providing extra voices and stuff like that for something. I mean, this is huge. So I am very grateful for this, this idea of communication strategies, because that is what I was looking forward to, for. We have the 6:30 meeting time, which is great. Some commuters get here later, but generally speaking, it's a more accessible time. Unlike the county, which does do 9 a.m. on every other Tuesday. I spoke with the supervisors on that, and so far, the situation kind of gotten worse with that. But hopefully, we can kind of negotiate some kind of town hall arrangement or something like that every month. The point is, this city council is now serving as a model for the board of supervisors. The board of supervisors at this point can now take direction from you guys as to how to properly engage with the people, and that is just wonderful. That is brilliant. Good job, guys. Thank you, and thank you, for all of us. This is what we voted for. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. And you're the speakers.
Those are all the public comments for this item.
Okay, thank you. So we'll close public comment and then bring it back to the council members. So let's go ahead and give direction how to move forward on this. So I've kind of stated already what I'm looking for, and again, I think that the approach, given that we want to be very fiscally aware and conscious about this, that we maybe start small, move forward, and we take steps towards broadening our communication. So let's start with that kind of plan. But having some ideas about how to do that, I think will be great. And I think focusing on concise, brief formats rather than the lengthier newsletter formats is what I would like. So more information about how to do that. So that would be mine. Councilmember Pichet.
So I ideas are just kind of coming to me, and when I was talking before about a hybrid approach, I was thinking about the quarterly mailers and the cost involved with that, and the Native American in me is like, look at all the paper. Like, why do we need to put all this paper out, even if it's piggybacking into a water bill? Is it possible to, for lack of a better word, well, could we, through social media, through, a city social media campaign, could we ask for people who want, like Joe, to be part of correspondence, spend a little bit of money, $500 to $2,000 on a small campaign, maybe not the 6 to 24, but ask people for their correspondence? I think most people have that super taqueria, win a free burrito, I have this account for any sweepstakes, right? I think we've all got that. So people have an email address in their phone already that we could ask them for. And if they'd want to get, some information from us, can we use social media, put out like a $500 to $2,000 campaign, ask them for their email address, and basically use option one, basically the quarterly mailers, and send them that way? Because the idea is to get a base of email addresses so we can have a communication with people. Is that not right?
Yeah, I mean, we could certainly ask people to subscribe. I would just ask for clarity if we're going to go the water bill route and that type of thing, then that's going to everybody versus asking them and just mailing directly to them. If they were asking, if we were only going to mail it to the people that we had email addresses for, I can use the email system to just send it to them with a cadence, of a monthly update or something to that effect, and they would get it that way. When you send something out to everybody, once a quarter, twice a year, whatnot, you could also have a link to like, here's how you subscribe to get more information. Here's your social media links, QR code, that type of thing to kind of encourage the engagement. So your mailers are more of a way to hook someone to subscribe and to get the more frequent updates, but you would still get them on a few of those a year. Because those are going to get everybody. I mean, we get real comfortable with, social media and that type of thing. Not everybody has social media, but everybody has a water bill. Right?
Yeah,
So,
and I think the way to use that too is that we can direct them to the website, because I can imagine that not everybody is tapped into social media necessarily.
not everybody wants social media anymore. It's
Right, and there's people get their information in different ways, right? And so you have different demographics that feel more comfortable with different types, different formats. So I think we just start exploring some of the ideas. So we start small. We can always build off of that. I mean, that's the idea of a communication strategy. Is where you try things. Some of the things are not going to land. Then you have to like pull back on it. But it's just really about, let's start talking about this and making that maybe part of a regular discussion that we have here to review how things are going, and then how do we need to tweak our communication strategy? Do we need to maybe ramp it up a little more when it gets closer to, I don't know what, like maybe there's seasons to this kind of information, and so we can have those kinds of discussions. But I do think if we start with the recaps, have that be regular, but making sure that people can predict when those will be out so that they can look for that, and then build off of that, but coming back with a little bit more information about how we would do some of these other things, any costs associated with those, if and when we might want to implement some of these things, and then build off of that. So that would be my direction. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could make one more suggestion, we already pay for a membership with the HGA and the Chamber, and they send out some really nice emails. I forget if it's like monthly or something, but maybe we can just just attach our little, whatever it is that we're sending out through the water bills to there every once in a while too, because they have a huge database. I mean, I get their emails. Thank you.
Okay. Is that enough direction, or do we need more direction to come back? Okay, so let me just get a consensus from everyone. Do you have a consensus? And Councilmember Morales, you can just indicate with a yes. Okay, so I think we got consensus. We got everybody on board with this. Okay, good. So we're going to move forward with that. Okay, so let's move on with our agenda to committee assignments, and we'll get council. Let me just make sure that I'm like following this. Hold on a second. Okay, just wanted to make sure that I was on the right app. So we'll ask city council members to see if any of you have any anything to report, any activities on ad hocs, standing committees, or on your own report. This portion is just for members of the city council to make brief reports on activities. So anybody have anything to report? Okay, Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I went to the Intergovernmental Committee since the last city council meeting. It was brief. We did elect a new chair. Supervisor Dom Zanger is the new chair. Our mayor is going to be the vice chair. And then we talked about homelessness. There's going to be, the county entered an agreement, there's going to be a homeless encampment cleanup coming up here really soon, I think within this month. And then we just kind of asked all of the respective jurisdictions to have a seat with them to find out if we can partner to work with them moving forward. And then the one item that I asked to agendize for a future meeting was if we can make the meetings quarterly rather than monthly, I think it would be more effective. And there was another item that we asked to agendize for a future meeting, but I forgot what it was.
It was to look at ways that the county of San Bernardino, city of San Juan Bautista, and Hollister can look at how to, kind of talk about lessons learned through some of the recent business closures, especially around like restaurants and cafes and those sort of things, so that maybe we can with each other learn from what our experience has been and ways to support each other to move forward to promote and support businesses. So that's another agenda item that we're going to talk about next time.
That's correct. Thank you, Mayor. And then that concludes my comments. I just have a couple things for informational when we get there. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Deanda.
So I just would like to say that the Earth Day celebration in downtown Hollister is this coming Saturday, April 19th from, sorry, not this coming, my bad. Next Saturday, hold on, let me just, I feel delirious right now. It's so late. A week from Saturday, thank you. April 19th from 11 to 2 p.m. Okay. And then also, I am on the Water Resources Association Committee, and I am the new chair. So that is a great honor. I'm excited, and yeah.
Yay! Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Pichet.
Yeah, I was really glad that Councilmember Deanda mentioned the 19th. And Earth Day, because former council member Perez reached out to me talking about his thought that the town was unkempt. I mean, we've all seen drinks from Starbucks, cups, Jack in the Box, various restaurants, just trash out. So Earth Day coming around, it would be really great if you feel like you want to clean up the town, you want to be part of something, get out with the community, have some fun, meet some new people. Hopefully we can get some coffee from some local coffee shops, maybe some water so people can be hydrated, have some coffee and get some vendors going. But that's coming up soon, so just wanted to send a shout out. So great call there.
Anything else?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Morales, do you have anything to report?
Yes, I think Earth Day is April the 19th from 11 to 2. Flyers are sent to the council, and if we can put that out through our social media to help promote it, that would be great. I also like to hear, if possible, some of the other committees like 3CE and AMBAG, kind of some report backs Thank you. And then I will be logging off. Thank you all for a great meeting.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Morales. Okay, so I also participated in the intergovernmental, so I won't report on that. I had the same thing to report. I mean, we look forward to being able to, as a region or a two-city, one-county partnership, working on cleaning up homeless encampments, looking for ways to support people who are either in some kind of housing crisis or are actually without a home. So we want to talk, we look forward to that and ways that we can support and learn from each other around supporting businesses. So that I'm excited to look at that. Continuing to attend COG meetings, and we had some information at our last COG meeting about things that are going on related to BTA, like opportunities for tapping into like public transit as a way to move people around. We talked about Highway 25, and there's a lot of discussion around that. I won't talk too much about that because I think we reported on that last time because we had the workshop, and a lot of that got reported around the workshop that we had around 25. And then I'll just report that I attended the Cesar Chavez breakfast, and I was looking through my phone because I wanted to remember there was 3 people that were honored, and I wanted to get their names, and I'm missing one person's name, and I just know her first name is Veronica, but Veronica is somebody who works with Caltrans and is a local girl, done well story, and so they honored her for the work that she's done with Latino community here locally. And then Maria Romero from the Salvation Army, and Julio Salazar from the Migrant Program. And I was very, very honored to be able to go up and present a certificate from the city recognizing the work that they've done in our community, and was able to give a brief speech to each one of those, congratulating them and honoring the work that they're doing, as well as we learned about their stories, like identifying how crucial it is that that kind of work continues, because there's so many ways that we identified connections and partnerships just in that small, like just in that little room of people that were there. So I mean, this idea of partnering and working together and leveraging resources was so, it was very real in that room. And so I hope that we continue to work like that. So I was really honored to be able to do that. And then I will be traveling to Sacramento with, I think a couple of other council members are going to be going on Wednesday to an event that Speaker Rivas is hosting. We're doing that kind of on our own. It's not part of official travel, but looking forward to that so we can learn more about what's happening especially what's happening at the federal level. I attended a webinar through the League of Cities that talked about the federal funding crisis, and there's a lot of concerns about how that might impact local jurisdictions, and I hope to learn more when we go to this event that Speaker Rivas is hosting on Wednesday. So I'll learn more, hopefully get more information about that, and maybe we'll come back and be able to report something here next time. Okay, so that's all of my reports. Let's move on then to, let's see, where we council, any other reports? We don't have any future items, and then city manager report. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. Sorry. I just wanted to make mention, I don't know if my colleagues know this or not, but the County Office of Education has a MOU with HPD that I just found out about. We practice like these drilled shooting scenarios, and we partner with a vendor. So I'm speaking just from my experience as an educator, right? With a vendor called ActiNet, and I was really impressed. And I just wanted to thank you guys for being out there and partnering with the county and our schools, ensuring that our kids are safe and our staff are safe. And I didn't know all of this until I was participating in the drill, but they actually are, well, I don't want to give all the logistics away, but we are entering, I believe, an MOU, the County Office of Ed with the HPD, so that if something were to happen at our school, we're communicating and talking in real time. We're all on this app. 911 dispatch knows what to do. They make me feel really safe and really proud, I'll be honest with you, to see our police there and to be an educator there. I just felt really proud to be a city council member. So I just wanted to thank you guys and let my colleagues know that we're partnering in that capacity, because I had no idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's great. Thanks for that report. Okay, now we'll have the city manager's report.
Nothing to report this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're going to move into closed session. So we're going to clear the chambers. We'll take like a couple of minutes to do that. So if anybody needs to take a quick little break, we'll just take a couple of minutes. So
Mayor, I need to read the descriptions.
Oh, do we
before
do
go
that
into closed
first
session.
before
Yeah.
they leave? Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Okay,
Thank
so
you,
let's,
and then-
yeah. Sorry about that. So city attorney, please announce the closed session items.
Conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representative, city manager David Maroney, and administrative services director Casey Astorga. Employee organizations, Service Employees International Union, SEIU Local 521, Hollister Firefighters Union, HFFU Local 3395, Hollister Peace Officer Association, HPOA, and unrepresented employees. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision D of Section 54956.9 of the Government Code 1 case. Conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, property 351 Astro Drive, Hollister, California 95023. Agency negotiator David Maroney, city manager, negotiating party Steve Perricone, Hollister Elks Lodge, number 1436, under negotiation terms. There's one more. Conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, property 300 West Street, Hollister, California 95023. Agency negotiator David Maroney, city manager, negotiating party Bill Lee, Martha's Kitchen, under negotiation lease terms.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And now we will go
I think
into
we need to see if there's any public comment.
Oh, is it?
You can say for the record, there's no public comment
No public
on
comment.
any of the
Thank
closed
you.
session items.
Okay, so now we will go into closed session for reals this time. Thank you.